Tonight, you are lying on the ground in what is now western Wyoming, and it is January of 1827, and the temperature dropped to somewhere around 40 below zero a few hours ago and has not moved since. You do not have a sleeping bag. You do not have a tent. You do not have a thermometer to tell you exactly how bad it is, which is honestly a mercy, because the number would not help you and it might break something in your spirit that you need intact until morning. What you have is a buffalo robe, hair side down, ground side up, wrapped around a body that has not been properly warm since October. You have a fire that is mostly coals now, banked low and fed just enough to keep a coal bed alive without wasting the wood you spent 2 hours gathering before dark. You have a horse picketed close enough that you can hear it breathing, and you have chosen to hear that as comforting rather than as one more living thing depending on you to get something right tonight. You have been awake for 40 hours, more or less, because the trapping was good, and good trapping does not wait for you to rest. You have wet feet inside dry moccasins, which sounds like a contradiction until you have spent a winter in the Rockies, at which point it becomes simply Tuesday. And here is the part that should bother you more than it does. You are going to wake up tomorrow. Not because the cold went easy on you. It didn't. Cold does not negotiate, does not show mercy, does not care how badly you wanted to live. You are going to wake up tomorrow because somewhere along the way you learned things. Some of it you figured out the hard way with your own numb fingers as the tuition. Most of it, if you are honest, you learned from people who had been managing winters like this one for thousands of years before you showed up with your steel traps and your debts back in St. Louis. This is not a story about toughness, even though toughness is in it. It is a story about technique, about the difference between surviving the cold and merely enduring it, which turns out to be the difference between a long career and a short, cold grave somewhere nobody will ever find. Tonight, we are going to take that buffalo robe apart and figure out exactly how it worked. We're going to ask why a man with no thermometer, no insulated boots, and no idea what a calorie was could outlast a Rocky Mountain winter that would kill most of us in a single bad afternoon. And we're going to meet some of the men who got it wrong, because their mistakes are at least as instructive as everyone else's successes, and a few of them are frankly unbelievable. If this is the kind of thing that helps you drift off, you're in the right place. Settle in, get comfortable, maybe pull a blanket over yourself. There's a certain irony in that, and we're going to lean into it. If you like long, slow histories that actually teach you something while easing you towards sleep, consider subscribing. It helps the channel more than you'd think, and dropping a comment about where you're tucked in from tonight is always nice to wake up to. No pressure, though. Tonight isn't about us. It's about a stretch of mountains, a string of brutal winters, and the handful of stubborn, half-frozen, occasionally brilliant men who figured out how to survive them. Let's get into it. The myth of the mountain man here is the image you probably have in your head, and it is not entirely your fault because Hollywood spent the better part of a century building it for you. A man in fringed buckskin, granite-jawed, alone against the wilderness, beard like a personal weather system, taking down a grizzly with a knife because his rifle jammed at the worst possible moment. He needs no one. He answers to nothing but the mountains. He is, in the language of the myth, free. Now here is the actual mountain man, the one the historical record left behind in account books, journals, and the occasional coroner's report, if you want to call a half-eaten body found in the spring a coroner's report. He was, on average, in his 20s. He was almost always in debt to the company that supplied his traps and powder, which meant he was less a romantic free agent and more a contract laborer working off an advance, not unlike a sharecropper with worse weather and more bears. His career statistically did not last long. Most men who went into the mountain fur trade lasted somewhere between 2 and 6 years before they died, got crippled, went broke, or simply quit and went home, assuming home would still take them back. He was almost never actually alone. This is the part the myth gets most wrong, and it's worth sitting with, because the loneliness of the mountain man is one of those ideas that feels true and isn't. Trapping brigades moved in groups, sometimes dozens of men, sometimes just 2 or 3, but rarely one. The free trappers who did work solo or in tiny pairs were the exception, the outliers, the ones whose stories survived precisely because solitary survival was so rare and so dangerous that it made for a good story when it worked out. And critically, he did not figure this out himself. Almost everything that kept a mountain man alive through a Rocky Mountain winter, the clothing, the shelter techniques, the food preservation, the simple knowledge of which valleys held game in February and which ones turned into wind tunnels of death, came from native peoples who had been managing these exact mountains for thousands of years before the first beaver pelt ever got traded for a rifle. So let's be precise about who we're actually talking about tonight, because precision is going to matter later when we get into the specifics of fire and shelter and clothing. The mountain man era runs roughly from the 1820s into the early 1840s, a window of about 2 decades, bookended by the start of William Ashley's Rendezvous system and the collapse of the beaver fur market when silk hats became fashionable in Europe and nobody wanted beaver felt anymore. 20 years. That's the whole era. It feels longer in the mythology because the mythology has had 200 years to grow, but the actual working window for a mountain man, as a recognizable historical figure, was shorter than most modern careers. Within that window, you had a few thousand men total, by most estimates, working the central and northern Rockies for the major fur companies, the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, the American Fur Company, the Hudson's Bay Company pressing down from the north. Names that survived because they lived long enough or did something dramatic enough to get written about. Jedediah Smith, Jim Bridger, Thomas Fitzpatrick, Kit Carson, Joseph Meek, William Subbolt. Hundreds more names that didn't survive because the men attached to them didn't survive either, or survived but never did anything that made it into a journal. Here's a detail worth sitting with for a moment. Many of these men could not read or write. The journals and letters that form the backbone of what we know today were written disproportionately by a small literate minority, officers of the fur companies, the occasional educated adventurer who came west for the experience and happened to keep a diary. Which means the voice of the actual average mountain man, the 19-year-old Ngige from a Missouri farm who couldn't sign his own name, is almost entirely missing from the record. What we know about how they survived comes mostly second-hand, pieced together from supply records, archaeological digs at old camp and fort sites, the accounts of the literate few, and a fair amount of educated reconstruction. Why does this matter for a story about freezing nights? Because it changes the question. We are not asking how one extraordinary, mythic individual conquered the wilderness through sheer force of will. We're asking how an ordinary, frequently uneducated, often desperate young man, with no formal training in anything resembling survival science, managed to live through conditions that would put a modern person with access to Gore-Tex and a satellite phone into a hospital within hours. The answer, as you'll hear over and over tonight, is that he didn't figure it out alone, and he didn't figure it out through toughness. He figured it out through a transmitted body of technical knowledge, borrowed heavily from indigenous nations, refined through brutal trial and error, and passed man to man around 1,000 campfires before it ever got written down anywhere. Let's start with the thing that actually kills you in cold weather, because it's not what most people assume, and understanding it properly is going to make everything that follows make a lot more sense. Cold and what it actually does to you. Most people assume freezing to death is a dramatic event, a sudden thing, a storm, a fall through ice, a clear moment where you know you're in trouble and either escape it or you don't. It almost never works that way. Hypothermia, the condition that actually kills people in cold environments, is slow, snaky, and in its later stages, almost peaceful, which is exactly what makes it so dangerous. Your core body temperature needs to sit right around 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit for your organs to function properly. Drop that core temperature by just a few degrees, down into the mid-90s, and you start shivering hard, your hands get clumsy, your thinking gets a little foggy. This stage is survivable, recoverable, and honestly common. Anyone who has stood outside too long in a cold wind has brushed up against it. Keep dropping, though, into the high 80s and something strange happens. The shivering, your body's best defense, your own internal furnace running hot trying to generate heat through muscle movement, starts to fail. You stop shivering. Your judgment, which was already foggy, gets genuinely bad. There is a well-documented phenomenon called paradoxical undressing, where people dying of hypothermia, confused and overheated by their own malfunctioning nervous system, start taking off their clothes in the final stages, convinced they're warm. Searchers have found bodies of hypothermia victims partially undressed in brutal cold, which sounds insane until you understand the mechanism. The blood vessels near the skin, which had been clamped shut to preserve core heat, suddenly give out and dump warm blood to the surface, creating a false sensation of heat right as the body is failing completely. This is the enemy a mountain man was actually fighting. Not a single dramatic blizzard, although those happen too, but a slow, quiet math problem playing out in his body every single night of a 5 or 6 month winter. Heat in, heat out. If heat out exceeds heat in for long enough, you die, and you might not even know it's happening until your thinking gets too foggy to fix it. So let's talk about heat out, because this is where the actual engineering of survival lives. Your body loses heat in a few specific ways, and every single piece of mountain man cold weather gear, every layer of buffalo robe, every choice of campsite, every decision about fire placement, exists to interrupt one or more of these mechanisms. Understanding them is the whole game. Radiation is the first one, and it's simple. Your body is warm, the air and ground around you are cold, and heat naturally radiates away from warm objects toward cold ones, the same way a cup of coffee cools on a counter. You lose a significant amount of heat this way just by existing in cold air, and you lose even more of it specifically through your head and extremities, where blood vessels sit close to the skin. Convection is the second one, and it's the one that actually does the most damage in genuinely brutal conditions. This is heat loss caused by moving air or moving water carrying warmth away from your body faster than still air would. Wind chill is convection in action. A still, dry night at 10 degrees below zero is dangerous but manageable. The same 10 below with a steady 20-mile-an-hour wind is a completely different and much more lethal situation, because that wind is constantly stripping away the thin layer of warmed air your body works to maintain right against your skin. This is precisely why campsite selection mattered so enormously to a mountain man, and we're going to spend real time on that in the next chapter, because choosing a sheltered spot out of the wind could matter more than almost any other single decision he made on a given night. Conduction is the third mechanism, and it's the one that catches people off guard. This is heat loss through direct contact with something cold, and it is shockingly efficient, far more efficient than losing heat to air. Lie directly on cold, frozen ground with no insulation underneath you, and the ground will pull heat out of your body far faster than the air around you would, because solid matter conducts heat away much more effectively than air does. This is the entire reason insulation underneath a sleeping mountain man mattered as much, arguably more, than insulation on top of him. A thin layer of pine boughs or dry grass between a body and frozen earth could be the difference between a survivable night and a fatal one, a fact plenty of green, inexperienced trappers learned only after a winter of waking up colder than when they lay down, wondering why their elaborate pile of robes on top wasn't doing the job. And then there's evaporation, the fourth mechanism, and the sneakiest one of all, because it actively works against your other efforts to stay warm. Sweat or any moisture on your skin or in your clothing, evaporating off your body actively pulls heat away as it does so. The exact same principle that makes you feel cold stepping out of a warm bath. A mountain man who worked hard hauling wood, or running a trapline, or fighting his way through deep snow, and who then sat down by the fire still damp with sweat inside his layers, was actively refrigerating himself even while sitting right next to a fire. This is why the old wilderness wisdom about avoiding sweating in cold weather isn't some modern hiking forum invention. It's a survival principle that was understood, in practical if not scientific terms, by anyone who spent real time in cold country, whether they were a crow hunter, a Hudson's Bay trapper, or an American mountain man working a beaver line in January. There's actually a fifth mechanism worth knowing, though it matters less in dry mountain cold than in wet coastal cold: respiration, the simple loss of heat and moisture through breathing. Every breath out is warmed, humidified air leaving your body and taking a small amount of your hard-won heat with it. It's a minor factor compared to the other four, but in extreme cold it adds up, which is part of why so much traditional cold weather clothing across cultures, from Inuit parka hoods to the capote coats mountain men wore, included some way to partially cover the lower face, breaking the wind before it hit your airway and slightly warming the air before you breathed it in. So here is the full mechanism, laid out plainly. Radiation pulling heat off your skin into cold air, convection stripping it away faster with any wind or movement, conduction draining it directly into anything cold you touch, evaporation actively refrigerating you if you're wet, and respiration quietly bleeding a little more away with every breath. 5 separate lakes in the same bucket, and every single piece of mountain man survival technology we're about to walk through exists to plug one or more of them. Frostbite is the more localized cousin of this whole process, and it deserves its own quick word here, because it shaped the daily lives of mountain men in ways that are honestly hard to overstate. When your body senses dangerous core heat loss, it protects its vital organs by constricting blood flow to the extremities, sacrificing fingers, toes, ears, and nose to keep the heart, lungs, and brain supplied with warm blood. It's a smart trade from the body's perspective, but it leaves your hands and feet vulnerable, and at temperatures cold enough, the water in the cells of your skin and tissue can actually freeze and form ice crystals, rupturing the cells and causing permanent tissue damage. Mild frostbite is painful but recoverable. Severe frostbite means dead, blackened tissue, and dead tissue in the wilderness, with no antibiotics and no surgery beyond what a trapping partner could manage with a hunting knife, meant amputation, or it meant gangrene, and gangrene meant death. We are going to meet several mountain men in this story who lost fingers, toes, or worse to frostbite, men who lived out the rest of their lives with permanent reminders of a single bad night or a single bad decision. It happened often enough that it was simply an accepted occupational hazard, the way a modern construction worker accepts the statistical risk of a fall. Nobody planned for it, but nobody was shocked by it either. Here's the genuinely remarkable thing, though, the thing that should reframe how you think about everything else in this story. A mountain man understood almost none of this in the scientific terms we just used. He didn't know about convective heat loss coefficients or the cellular mechanism of frostbite. What he had instead was something arguably more valuable in the actual field, an enormous body of practical, tested, inherited technique that produced the correct behaviors even without the underlying theory. He knew because he'd been taught or because he'd nearly died learning it himself that you don't sleep on bare ground, that you don't let your moccasins stay wet against your skin overnight, that you build your shelter with your back to the wind, that sweating through a hard day's work in deep snow is a quiet kind of danger. This is knowledge as inheritance rather than knowledge as theory, and it is, frankly, one of the most underrated achievements buried inside this whole story. Indigenous nations across North America had spent millennia refining exactly this kind of practical cold, whether science through observation and consequence, the hardest and most unforgiving classroom there is, and mountain men who survived more than a season or two were, almost without exception, the ones who learned to listen. Let's talk next about where you actually put your body for the night, because in cold weather survival, geography is destiny, and a mountain man who chose his campsite badly could undo every other smart decision he made that day. Where you sleep decides if you wake up tonight. You are riding into camp late, the light already gone gray and thin behind the peaks to the west, and you have maybe 20 minutes of usable daylight left to make one of the most important decisions of your entire day. Where you sleep, it sounds almost too simple to matter this much, but ask anyone who has actually spent a winter in genuinely cold country, and they will tell you the same thing the mountain men learned, often through a single miserable night that taught the lesson permanently. Campsite selection is not a minor detail. It is close to the whole game. You are scanning the landscape with eyes trained by a season or two of hard experience, and you are looking for several things at once, layered on top of each other like a checklist nobody ever wrote down because everyone who survived already knew it. First, you want elevation, but not too much of it, and this is where it gets counterintuitive if you've never thought about it before. You might assume lower ground is always warmer, since heat rises and cold sinks, and you'd be onto something real but incomplete. Cold air is in fact denser than warm air, and it does pool in low spots, river bottoms, valley floors, depressions in the land, the same way water pools in a basin. On a clear, calm night, the coldest air in the entire landscape often settles right into the lowest point around, a phenomenon modern meteorologists call a cold air drainage or temperature inversion. and a phenomenon mountain men understood purely through bitter, repeated experience, as the simple fact that camping right down by the creek bottom on a clear night was often colder than camping a little ways up the slope. You wanted a middle position, what experienced outdoorsmen still call the thermal belt, high enough to avoid the coldest pooled air at the very bottom, low enough to stay out of the harder, more constant wind that rakes across exposed ridgelines and high open ground. Second, and arguably more important than elevation, you want wind protection. Remember convective heat loss from the last chapter, the mechanism by which moving air strips warmth away from your body far faster than still air does. A campsite in a stand of timber, tucked behind a rock outcropping, nestled into the lee side of a hill, anywhere the prevailing wind gets broken up and slowed before it reaches you, could mean the difference between a survivable night and a genuinely dangerous one, even at the exact same air temperature as an exposed site half a mile away. Mountain men learn to read terrain almost the way a sailor reads water, scanning ridgelines and tree stands for natural windbreaks, understanding which slope faced into the prevailing weather and which one sat sheltered behind it. Third, you want dry ground, and dry in winter mountain country is a relative and sometimes tricky concept. Snow itself, as strange as this sounds, is not necessarily your enemy here, and we're going to get into the genuinely surprising insulating properties of snow in a few minutes. What you're avoiding is wet ground, melting snow that's going to soak upward into your bedding overnight, or low spots where moisture collects. A campsite that looks fine at dusk can turn into a cold, wet misery by 2 in the morning if you didn't think about drainage and ground moisture when you picked it. Fourth, and this one is purely tactical rather than thermal, you want proximity to both firewood and water, because hauling either one any significant distance after dark, in deep snow, exhausted from a full day's work, is its own kind of danger. Every trip away from the fire and the group is a trip where you could turn an ankle, lose your bearings in the dark, or simply burn calories and generate sweat you can't afford to lose, calories and dryness that you desperately need for the actual job of staying warm through the night. And underneath all of these considerations sits the single most important practical lesson a mountain man learned, often the hard way, about sleeping in cold country. What's under you matters more than what's on top of you. This trips up almost everyone who hasn't actually experienced it, including, frankly, plenty of green trappers who headed west with grand ideas about piling robes on top of themselves, and figured that was the whole solution. Remember conductive heat loss, the mechanism that drains warmth directly into anything cold you're touching, and remember that conduction is dramatically more efficient at stealing your body heat than air ever is. Lie down directly on frozen earth, even wrapped in the thickest buffalo robe money could buy, and that frozen ground beneath you will pull heat out of your body all night long, compressing whatever insulation you've got underneath you and conducting your warmth away faster than you can generate it. The fix, learned and relearned across essentially every cold weather culture in human history, is insulation underneath the body, and mountain men, again borrowing heavily and gratefully from indigenous technique, built this insulation out of whatever the land offered. A thick bed of pine boughs, laid bark side down, needles up, broken into smaller pieces and layered like shingles, creates an air pocket-filled mat that holds dead air space between your body and the frozen ground. And dead air space, air that isn't moving, is one of the best insulators available in nature. which is the exact same principle, incidentally, behind why a down-sleeping bag works at all. Dry grass, piled thick and fluffed up rather than packed flat, does similar work. Even a layer of relatively dry leaves or duff scraped together off the forest floor beats nothing at all, beats it by an enormous margin. And here is the detail that surprises almost everyone hearing this for the first time. Snow itself, properly used, is an excellent insulator. This sounds backward, since snow is, after all, frozen water, the very thing you're trying to stay warm despite. But snow is mostly trapped air, sometimes as much as 90% air by volume in fresh, unpacked powder, and that trapped air resists the transfer of heat extremely well, which is exactly why animals burrow into snow to survive brutal cold, and exactly why a quinsy or snow shelter, built correctly, can sit dramatically warmer inside than the outside air temperature, sometimes by 30 or 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Purely through the insulating mass of packed snow walls trapping a pocket of warmer air generated by a sleeping body's own heat output. We'll dig deeper into actual snow shelter construction in the chapter on shelter building, but it's worth planting the idea here. Cold country survival often runs counter to instinct, and snow, treated correctly, is sometimes your friend rather than your enemy. A mountain man scanning a stretch of mountainside for a campsite at dusk was running through some version of this entire checklist, almost certainly without ever putting it into these words, weighing elevation against wind exposure, against ground moisture, against fuel access, against daylight running out, and making a call. Get it right consistently, night after night, season after season, and you survive to collect your pay at Rendezvous. Get it wrong on the wrong night, in the wrong weather, and the consequences could be immediate and final. There's a particular kind of camp story that echoes through the journals and recollections of the era, a story type that repeats often enough to count as a genuine pattern rather than a coincidence. The camp that should have been fine by every reasonable measure and wasn't. A flat, open spot near water, convenient and easy to reach, that turned into a frozen wind tunnel overnight when the weather shifted without warning. A low creek bottom that seemed sheltered and cozy at dusk, and turned out to be exactly where the coldest air in the whole valley pooled by 3 in the morning. These are the lessons that got taught by consequence rather than instruction, and the men who survived them carried the lesson forward, often passing it on, quietly and without much ceremony, to whichever green hand happened to be riding with them that particular season. This is also, worth noting plainly, one of the clearest places where indigenous knowledge transfer mattered enormously and gets criminally under-acknowledged in the popular mountain man mythology. Crow, Shoshone, Blackfeet, Nez Perce, and other plains and Rocky Mountain nations had spent uncountable generations learning precisely this terrain, precisely these wind patterns, precisely which valley bottoms turned lethal in January and which slopes stayed survivable. Many mountain men learned campsite selection, along with nearly every other survival skill in this story, directly from native guides, wives, trading partners, and companions, sometimes through deliberate teaching, sometimes simply through careful observation of where their indigenous companions chose to make camp and asking, eventually, why. Now that we've got somewhere reasonable to lie down for the night, let's build the fire that's going to keep you alive there, because fire, it turns out, was its own entire discipline, with its own hard-won rules. Fire was a full-time job. You probably think of fire in a story like this one as a single event. You strike a spark, The flame catches, problem solved, sit back and enjoy the warmth. That is not remotely how it worked, and treating fire as a one-time event rather than an ongoing discipline is exactly the kind of mistake that separated men who lasted one season from men who lasted 10. Let's start at the very beginning with the actual mechanics of getting a fire started in the first place, because this alone took real skill, and it was a skill that mattered enormously more in an era before reliable matches existed. Matches as we'd recognize them, the strike-anywhere kind, weren't widely available or reliable until later in the 19th century, well past the heart of the mountain man era. A trapper in the 1820s and 1830s was working almost entirely with flint and steel, the same basic fire-starting technology that had been standard across much of the world for centuries. The method itself was straightforward in concept and genuinely difficult to execute well, especially with cold, clumsy fingers, which infuriatingly describes the exact circumstances under which you most desperately need a fire. You strike a piece of high-carbon steel against a sharp-edged piece of flint or other hard stone, generating a shower of tiny sparks that are, in physical terms, tiny shavings of hot steel torn off by the impact. Those sparks need to land on something that will catch and hold an ember, a material known broadly as char cloth or tinder fungus, traditionally a piece of cotton or linen cloth that's been partially burned in a low-oxygen environment beforehand to turn it into something that will smolder and hold a spark rather than simply flare and die. Once that tinder catches an ember, you nurse it, gently, patiently, blowing just enough air across it to feed the smolder without snuffing it out entirely, transferring it into a larger nest of fine, dry tinder material, and only then, once you've got real flame, building up through progressively larger fuel. This entire process, done with numb fingers in a stiff wind at 20 below zero, with your tinder possibly damp from snow or your own sweat, was genuinely hard, and every experienced mountain man carried his fire-starting kit, his flint, steel, and char cloth in a dedicated pouch, kept dry and accessible above almost anything else he owned. Because a man who lost his fire kit in deep winter was a man in mortal danger, in a way that's hard to fully appreciate from the comfort of a modern, heated room. This is also a place where indigenous fire-starting technique mattered, and where some mountain men, particularly those who spent extended time living among or alongside native communities, picked up alternative methods like the bow drill or hand drill, friction-based techniques that didn't require steel or flint at all, just the right wood, the right technique, and a fair amount of practiced skill. These methods were, if anything, more physically demanding than flint and steel, but they offered a crucial advantage. They didn't depend on trade goods that might run out or get lost. A man who knew how to coax fire directly out of dry wood through friction alone had a backup that no amount of bad luck with his pouch could take away from him. Once you had fire, the real work began, and this is the part that surprises people who imagine mountain men sitting cozily by a roaring blaze all night. A genuinely large fire, the kind that throws heat in a big, comfortable radius, also burns through fuel at a punishing rate, and gathering enough dry wood to feed a large fire through 8 or 10 hours of sub-zero darkness was by itself a major undertaking, often consuming the better part of an hour or two of a trapper's limited remaining daylight and energy after a full day's work. Wet wood, green wood, anything that hadn't dried out properly, burned poorly, smoked heavily, and gave back far less heat for the effort invested gathering it. So a significant part of camp skill was simply knowing how to identify good dry fuel quickly in failing light. Standing dead wood rather than fallen wood that had been sitting on wet ground, certain species that burned hot and long versus species that flared and died fast. The dry inner wood of a dead pine versus the punky, rotten, useless wood of something that had been dead too long. Given this brutal math of fuel scarcity versus heat needs, mountain men, again drawing heavily on techniques refined by indigenous peoples across the continent, developed and used several distinct fire configurations, each suited to slightly different needs. And this is genuinely one of the more clever pieces of low-tech engineering in this whole story. The long fire, sometimes called a trapper's fire or trench fire, involved building a fire in a long, narrow trench or along a long, narrow line, rather than the compact circular campfire most people picture. The advantage was simple but significant. A long fire let multiple sleeping bodies, laid out lengthwise alongside it, all benefit from radiant heat along their entire length, rather than everyone clustering awkwardly around a single small circular flame, fighting for the warmest spots closest in. The reflector fire used a simple wall, sometimes a stack of green logs, sometimes a propped-up sheet of bark or hide, sometimes even packed snow, built on the far side of the fire from the sleeper. This wall bounced radiant heat back toward the sleeping area, rather than letting roughly half of the fire's output simply radiate away uselessly into the open dark behind it. It's a genuinely elegant solution, doubling the practical heat output of a given amount of fuel just through smart placement of a barrier, and it shows up, in one form or another, across an enormous range of cold weather cultures worldwide. Perhaps most clever of all was the technique of sleeping between two fires, a method documented among numerous plains and mountain indigenous nations and adopted readily by mountain men who learned it from them. Two parallel fires, built a careful distance apart, with the sleeper bedded down in the warmed space between them. Done correctly, this surrounded a sleeping body with radiant heat from two directions at once, and just as importantly, pre-warmed the ground itself in that gap before the sleeper ever lay down on it, partially solving the conductive heat loss problem we discussed earlier by heating the earth rather than relying entirely on insulation to block its cold. There was also the long burning bank fire, sometimes called banking the coals, a technique for managing a fire through the deepest hours of the night when nobody wanted to wake up every 2 hours to feed it. Rather than letting a fire burn down to nothing, an experienced trapper would, late in the evening, build up a substantial bed of coals and then bank it, covering the glowing coal bed with a layer of ash or dirt that slowed the burn dramatically without extinguishing it, creating something closer to a slow smoldering furnace than an open flame. Done right, a well-banked fire could hold a usable coal bed for many hours, ready to be uncovered, fed fresh fuel, and blown back into active flame relatively quickly come morning or in the event of a middle-of-the-night emergency, without having to start completely from scratch with cold flint and steel in the dark. And here's a detail that connects this whole chapter back to the science from Chapter 2. Fire wasn't just doing the obvious job of radiant heat, it was also drying you out. Remember evaporative heat loss, the way damp clothing or damp skin actively refrigerates your body as moisture evaporates off it. a trapper who'd worked hard through a snowy day, sweating inside his layers, fighting through drifts, hauling beaver carcasses or firewood, was by evening often genuinely damp under his outer layers, and that dampness was a quiet, ongoing drain on his body heat all night long unless he could get properly dry. Fire, beyond its obvious warming function, was also the only practical tool available to drive that moisture out of clothing and bedding before settling in for the night, which is part of why experienced men prioritized getting a fire going and getting dry as close to the absolute top of their evening priority list as humanly possible, ahead of food, ahead of almost everything except basic shelter and safety. None of this, it's worth emphasizing again, was simple or automatic. Fire management in genuinely cold conditions was a continuous, attentive discipline, practiced and refined over years, not a single task you completed and then forgot about. The men who lasted in this trade were, among other things, simply better and more attentive fire keepers than the men who didn't, and that's a less romantic, more practical truth than the Hollywood image of the lone mountain man warming his hands over a casual campfire, but it's a great deal closer to what actually kept people alive. Fire and shelter solved part of the equation. But you still had to be dressed for the part of the night fire couldn't reach, the long walk between camps, the hours spent setting traps in icy creek water at dawn, the moments when there simply wasn't a fire available at all. Let's talk about what a mountain man actually wore, because it's a more sophisticated system than the buckskin fringe of the movies would have you believe. Dressed by the land tonight, before any of this story can continue, you need to get dressed. And getting dressed in this particular life is closer to assembling a piece of engineering than picking out an outfit. Forget the movie version for a moment. The single fringed buckskin jacket worn over a bare chest, the wide-brimmed hat, the look that reads as rugged on a poster and would read as dead by Thursday in an actual Wyoming January. Real mountain man cold weather clothing was a layered system, built from a deliberate mix of materials, most of it borrowed directly and gratefully from indigenous design, refined over winters of trial and error, and assembled with a level of practical sophistication that gets lost entirely in the popular image. Let's build the system from the skin out, because layering logic is layering logic whether you're talking about 1828 or this morning's hiking forecast. Against the skin, you wanted something that managed moisture reasonably well and didn't hold water once wet, since, as we covered already, wet material against skin is an active heat thief through evaporation. Wool was the gold standard here, and it's worth pausing on why. Because wool's behavior in cold, wet conditions is genuinely unusual among natural fibers. Unlike cotton, which loses nearly all of its insulating ability once wet, and actively accelerates heat loss as the moisture sitting in the fabric evaporates, wool retains a meaningful percentage of its insulating capacity even when damp, because the structure of the wool fiber itself traps air in tiny pockets within each individual strand, not just in the gaps between strands. This is a big part of why cotton kills, as the modern outdoor saying goes, has deep historical roots, and why trade wool, often sourced through Hudson's Bay Company trading posts and similar outfits, was such a valued and sought-after material among mountain men, traded eagerly for furs and used for everything from base layers to the iconic point blankets that got turned into outerwear. Speaking of which, the capote. If there's a single garment that defines functional mountain man cold weather clothing more accurately than any Hollywood fringed jacket, It's the capote, a long hooded coat made by cutting and sewing a thick wool trade blanket, very often a Hudson's Bay point blanket, into a wearable coat shape. This garment deserves real attention because it's such a perfect example of practical cross-cultural adaptation. The basic hooded coat design has deep roots in various Indigenous and French-Canadian voyageur clothing traditions, and the specific use of heavy point blankets as the raw material became standard practice across the fur trade, adopted by traders, trappers, and Indigenous communities alike. A capote was warm. It was relatively water-resistant thanks to the tight, dense weave of quality trade wool. It had a hood that could be pulled up against wind and snow, protecting that critical area around the head and neck where so much body heat escapes, and it could be belted at the waist with a sash, which, beyond simple style, served the practical purpose of trapping a layer of warmer air around the torso, rather than letting cold air pump freely up under a loose, open coat with every step. Underneath the capote and the wool base layers, leggings and breechclouts, again styles adapted directly from plains and mountain Indigenous clothing traditions, provided leg coverage that was more practical for the constant walking, riding, kneeling, and crouching of trapping work than European-style trousers, which tended to bind and restrict movement, and which, critically, were harder to dry quickly after getting soaked crossing a creek, something that happened constantly given that beaver trapping is definitionally work conducted in and around freezing water. And this brings us to the feet, arguably the single most failure-prone part of the entire system, and the part most responsible for crippling injuries across the era. Moccasins, again an Indigenous design adopted wholesale by mountain men because nothing European came close to matching their performance in this specific environment, were typically made of smoked-tanned deer or elk hide, sometimes layered, sometimes lined with fur, sometimes stuffed with dry grass or other insulating material for added warmth in the coldest conditions. The genuine advantage of moccasins over heavier European boots was twofold. They dried faster after getting wet, which mattered enormously given how often a trapper's feet ended up soaked through setting traps in icy streams, and they allowed for better circulation and natural foot movement than stiff boot leather, which actually matters for cold weather performance since restricted blood flow to the feet, the same mechanism behind frostbite, is made worse, not better, by overly tight or rigid footwear. That said, and this needs to be said plainly, because it's an important and somewhat uncomfortable truth buried in the romantic image of moccasins, this system had real, serious limits, and feet paid the price constantly. Moccasins, for all their advantages, offered relatively little insulation compared to a modern winter boot, and a trapper working a trapline in freezing creek water, then walking miles back to camp in wet moccasins through deep snow, was running a genuine, ongoing gauntlet against frostbite every single day, all winter long. Frostbitten toes, frostbitten feet, the occasional amputation performed crudely in camp with a knife, and whatever the men had on hand for the pain, which often wasn't much, were a real and recurring cost of this entire lifestyle. We'll spend more time on this grim ledger in a later chapter, but it's worth flagging here, at the point in the story where we're describing the gear, that even the best traditional cold weather clothing available in this era, and this place had real, sometimes brutal limits, and the men wearing it knew it. For the hands, mittens, generally preferred over gloves, since mittens keep the fingers together as a single warm mass rather than isolating each digit individually. The same basic thermal principle behind why huddling close together works better than spreading out. Trade wool mittens, sometimes with a separate leather outer shell or a fur lining for extra warmth, were standard, often with a connecting cord or strap that ran up the sleeve and across the back of the neck. A simple but genuinely smart design that meant a trapper could pull a mitten off entirely, letting it dangle on its cord to handle fine work like setting a trap or striking flint and steel, without risking losing the mitten entirely in deep snow or a strong wind, a mistake that, again, could be quietly catastrophic. For the head, fur caps, often beaver or otter, sometimes simply a wool hood pulled up from the capote, addressed one of the most significant sources of heat loss in the entire system. A disproportionate amount of body heat escapes through an uncovered head, and the rich irony of the beaver trapping life, men hunting beaver specifically for the European hat trade, while desperately needing furred hats themselves to survive their own working conditions, was not lost on the men living it, even if nobody wrote it down quite that cleverly at the time. And finally, the outermost, heaviest layer for the genuinely brutal nights, the buffalo robe, which we've already met in the cold open, and which deserves a real, detailed look here. A properly tanned buffalo robe, the thick winter coat hide of an American bison, was an extraordinary piece of cold weather technology, dense with insulating hair, heavy enough to block wind almost entirely, and large enough to wrap a body completely, sealing in a pocket of body warmed air the way a modern sleeping bag does. Worn hair side in against the body for sleeping, it trapped warmth directly against the skin. Worn or laid hair side out in some configurations, it shed snow and moisture more effectively. Buffalo robes were genuinely prized possessions, traded eagerly, used as both clothing and bedding interchangeably depending on the moment's need, and a man without one heading into a Rocky Mountain winter was a man taking on serious, possibly fatal risk. Step back and look at the whole assembled system, and what you actually have is not the single iconic fringed jacket of the movie poster, but a sophisticated, multi-layer ensemble. Wool base layers managing moisture against the skin, a wool capote blocking wind and trapping warmer air at the torso, leather leggings allowing freedom of movement and faster drying, moccasins prioritizing quick drying and circulation over raw insulation, mittens and fur caps addressing the high heat loss zones of hands and head, and a heavy buffalo robe as the outermost defense for the coldest hours. Every single piece of it, with the partial exception of the trade wool itself, was either directly indigenous in design and manufacture or a close adaptation of indigenous technique, assembled by men who had, in most cases, learned this system not from a manual but from watching, asking, trading, and very often, marrying into the communities who'd spent millennia perfecting it. It worked by the standard of the era and the conditions. It also, as we're going to discuss honestly throughout this story, frequently did not work quite well enough, and the gap between this system generally kept you alive, and this system was foolproof, is exactly where the most dramatic and instructive stories in this whole narrative live. But clothing and fire only get you so far without somewhere to actually put your body that isn't directly exposed to open sky. Let's build a shelter, using nothing but what the land hands you. WALLS made of nothing tonight. You don't have a tent, or at least not a reliable one. Canvas and hide tippies existed and got used, certainly, particularly by larger brigades or men traveling with indigenous families and communities. And a proper tipi, it's worth saying clearly, was an exceptionally well-engineered piece of cold-weather architecture in its own right, with a smoke flap system that allowed an interior fire to burn safely, a steep enough pitch to shed snow, and a design refined over countless generations of plains living. But a fast-moving trapper working a remote line, or a man caught out checking traps farther from camp than he meant to be when the light failed, frequently had nothing like that available. What he had was the land itself, and a working knowledge of how to turn it into shelter on short notice. Let's walk through the actual menu of options, because there wasn't just one mountain man shelter. There were several, suited to different situations, different available materials, and different amounts of time and energy a man had left in him at the end of a hard day. The simplest and fastest was the Lean-To, and it's almost insultingly basic in concept while being genuinely effective in practice. You find or create an angled barrier, traditionally built by leaning branches against a fallen log, a low-hanging tree limb, or a simple frame lashed together from cut poles, then layering smaller branches, bark, and brush over that frame to create a slanted wall. Built correctly, with its open side facing the fire and its back to the prevailing wind, a Lean-To does two things at once. It blocks wind from hitting you directly, addressing that convective heat loss we covered back in Chapter 2, and it reflects radiant heat from your fire back down onto you, working on the same basic principle as the reflector fire wall we discussed in Chapter 4. A Lean-To is not, by any stretch, a warm shelter in the way a heated cabin is warm. It is a shelter that turns exposed to open sky and wind into partially protected and reflecting some fire heat. And in survival terms, that difference is enormous, frequently the actual difference between a rough but survivable night and a genuinely dangerous one. For situations with more time and a bit more material available, the brush shelter or Wickiup, a conical or dome-shaped structure built from a frame of poles covered thickly with brush, bark, and available vegetation, offered considerably more complete protection, fully enclosing a sleeping space rather than just blocking one side. This design, again directly adapted from construction techniques used across numerous indigenous nations of the Great Basin and Rocky Mountain region, traded faster construction time for significantly better, more complete wind and weather protection, and was a reasonable choice when a trapper expected to be in one location for several nights running rather than moving on again at dawn. And then there's the option that surprises most people the most, the one we already teased back in Chapter 3, shelter built directly out of snow. This sounds, to modern ears trained by a lifetime of associating snow purely with cold, almost backward. But remember the physics. Fresh snow is mostly trapped air, sometimes up to 90% air by volume, and trapped, still air is an excellent insulator. A snow shelter, built correctly, works almost exactly like a thermos, not by generating heat itself, but by trapping the heat a sleeping human body naturally generates and preventing it from escaping into the brutal cold outside. The most basic version, a simple snow trench, could be dug relatively quickly into a deep, settled snowbank, then roofed over with branches and a final layer of snow for insulation, creating an enclosed sleeping pocket that, while cramped, could trap body heat dramatically more effectively than sleeping exposed on the surface. More elaborate versions, closer to what's sometimes called a quinsy in more modern survival terminology, involved piling up a large mound of snow, letting it settle and sinter, a process where the loose snow crystals partially bond together under their own compressed weight over a period of an hour or more, and then hollowing out the interior, leaving thick, structurally sound walls that could hold a stable dome shape. Done properly, with attention to keeping the interior sleeping platform slightly raised above the entrance, which lets the coldest, densest air sink and pool near the door rather than around the sleeper, a snow shelter's interior temperature could sit dramatically warmer than the outside air, sometimes by several dozen degrees Fahrenheit, purely from trapping a sleeping body's own radiant warmth within an insulated, enclosed space. There's an important and slightly unsettling detail buried in this snow shelter technique, worth naming honestly. It required real skill and real judgment to do safely. A poorly built or poorly ventilated snow shelter carried genuine risks: structural collapse if the walls weren't shaped and thinned correctly, or in rare but real cases, carbon dioxide buildup in a poorly ventilated enclosed space if a fire or even just prolonged breathing wasn't properly accounted for in the shelter's airflow design. This wasn't a casual, improvised technique a man could safely wing on his first attempt in genuinely life-threatening cold. It was a learned skill, again most directly traceable back to indigenous winter survival traditions across the northern reaches of the continent, refined and tested across countless winters by people who depended on getting it exactly right. A critical, often overlooked piece of all of this shelter discussion, regardless of which specific design got used on a given night, is the ground insulation question we touched on back in Chapter 3, and it bears repeating here because it's genuinely that important. A shelter that blocks wind beautifully, but leaves a sleeper lying directly on cold, conductive ground, is still going to lose that sleeper an enormous amount of body heat all night long. Every functional mountain man shelter, whether it was a quick lean-to, a more elaborate Wickiup, or a dug-out snow trench, was built with the explicit understanding, sometimes spoken, sometimes simply absorbed as unquestioned common practice, that a thick layer of pine boughs, dry grass, or other insulating material under the body was not optional. It was as essential as the walls themselves, arguably more essential, given how efficiently conductive heat loss operates compared to the relatively slower process of radiant and convective loss that walls and windbreaks address. Worth pausing here, too, on a detail that connects back to the very first chapter of tonight's story. Building a genuinely effective shelter under pressure, with failing light, cold hands, and real urgency, was not instinctive. It was a skill learned through instruction or hard experience, and the gap between a man who'd been properly taught this skill and a man improvising it for the first time on a bad night could be the entire gap between life and death. The historical record is unfortunately full of examples of green, inexperienced men, often recent arrivals from the East with no real wilderness background, who underestimated exactly how much skill this kind of shelter building actually demanded, and who paid for that underestimation in fingers, toes, or worse. This is also, again, a moment to be honest and specific about where this knowledge actually came from, because the popular myth of the self-reliant, independently brilliant mountain man does real disservice to the truth here. Lean-to construction, brush shelter and Wickiup design, snow shelter technique, the entire underlying logic of insulating beneath the body as much as around it. All of it traces back overwhelmingly to indigenous nations of the Rocky Mountain and Great Basin regions. The Crow, the Shoshone, the Blackfeet, the Nez Perce, the Ute, and others. Peoples who had been refining exactly these techniques across exactly this terrain for an almost unimaginably longer span of time than the entire 20-year mountain man era put together. Mountain men who survived, who built real, sustained careers in this trade across multiple winters, were, with very few exceptions, men who had learned from these communities directly, through trading relationships, through alliance and partnership, and very frequently, as we're going to discuss honestly in a later chapter, through marriage. You've got a fire, you've got clothing, you've got a shelter with insulation underneath you and a windbreak around you. There's one more piece of this survival puzzle that doesn't get talked about nearly enough, and it's a piece that has nothing to do with equipment at all. It's about who or what was sleeping next to you. Warm bodies tonight, you are not actually sleeping alone, and this matters more than almost anything else in this entire story, more than the quality of your robe or the cleverness of your fire. Let's talk about shared body heat, because it is one of the oldest, simplest, and most consistently underrated survival technologies in human history, and mountain men used it constantly, deliberately, and without any particular fuss about it, the way you'd use any other obviously sensible tool. The basic physics here is almost embarrassingly simple. A human body at rest generates a steady, meaningful amount of heat, roughly comparable, in casual modern comparisons, to a small space heater running continuously. Put two warm bodies close together under shared insulation, and you're not just adding their heat output together, you're also dramatically reducing the total exposed surface area that's losing heat to the cold air around you, since each body is now partially shielded by the other, rather than radiating heat away in every direction unimpeded. 3 or 4 men sharing a single large robe or a tight sleeping arrangement around a fire could maintain a noticeably warmer microclimate than any one of them could manage alone with identical gear, simply through this combination of pooled heat output and reduced exposed surface area. This wasn't some clever trick a particularly inventive trapper figured out on his own. It was, again, standard, well-established practice across essentially every cold weather culture in human history, from Arctic indigenous communities to European peasants sharing a single bed through a hard winter, and mountain men adopted it readily and without embarrassment, because embarrassment, frankly, was a luxury that froze you to death. Brigades traveling and camping together routinely bedded down in close groups, sharing robes and blankets, both for the practical warmth and, not incidentally, for the simple psychological comfort of not facing a brutal, isolating winter night completely alone. And then there were the animals, and this deserves real, specific attention, because the relationship between a mountain man and his horse, in particular, was about a great deal more than transportation. Horses generate an enormous amount of body heat, far more than a human, simply due to their much larger body mass and active metabolism, and mountain men understood this and used it deliberately. Picketing a horse close to camp, sometimes close enough that a man could feel its warmth or hear its breathing through the night, as we described back in the cold open, wasn't purely about keeping the animal secure from theft or predators, though that mattered too. It was also a genuine, if modest, thermal strategy, particularly in situations where a man found himself caught out without a full camp setup, forced to bed down close against his horse for whatever radiant warmth the animal's body could offer, sometimes literally using the horse itself as a windbreak, positioning his own sleeping spot on the leeward side of the animal's body. Dogs played a similar, smaller-scale role, and this is actually where a particularly well-known piece of frontier folk language comes directly from real, lived, practical experience, rather than just being a colorful expression invented after the fact. The phrase "three-dog night," referring to a night cold enough that you'd need 3 dogs sleeping pressed against you to stay adequately warm, is widely understood to have genuine roots in exactly this kind of practical cold weather sleeping arrangement, used not just by mountain men but broadly across numerous cold climate cultures, indigenous and otherwise, where dogs lived in close, working partnership with their humans rather than as purely decorative pets. A working dog pressed up against a sleeping man's body or curled into the gap behind his knees was a small but genuinely useful source of additional warmth, one more leak plugged in that same bucket of heat loss we've been discussing all along. There's something worth sitting with here, beyond the purely practical thermal math, and it's the psychological dimension of this kind of shared warmth, which mattered just as much as the literal degrees of body heat involved, even if it's harder to measure. A Rocky Mountain winter, stretching across 5 or 6 months of brutal cold, frequent isolation, real danger, and genuine physical suffering, was punishing not just on the body but on the mind. Men who endured this season after season, year after year, were not, contrary to the lone wolf mythology, thriving on isolation. They were overwhelmingly men who depended on companionship, on partnership, on the simple, profound comfort of not facing the dark and the cold completely alone, whether that companionship came from a trapping partner, a horse, a dog, or, as we're going to discuss honestly and at real length in an upcoming chapter, an Indigenous wife and her extended family and community. This connects back, too, to something we touched on in Chapter 1, and that's worth restating plainly here. The actual historical record of mountain man partnerships and travel patterns shows men overwhelmingly moving, working, and sleeping in groups, pairs at minimum, often considerably larger parties. The truly solitary trapper, working entirely alone for extended stretches with no human, animal, or community connection at all, was rare enough to be remarkable, and notably was also disproportionately represented among the era's most famous catastrophic survival stories, men like Hugh Glass, whose harrowing ordeal we're going to cover in real detail later tonight, precisely because solitary survival situations were so much more dangerous and so much more dramatically memorable than the more common, less storied experience of surviving a hard winter surrounded by partners, animals, and shared body heat. It's worth pausing here, too, for a brief, honest acknowledgement of something that doesn't get discussed enough in the popular telling of this history. Not every body sharing that warmth, human or animal, made it through every winter. Horses died of exposure and starvation in brutal winters with some regularity, a serious blow both emotionally and practically to the men who depended on them, since a man without a horse in the deep Rockies in January faced an entirely different, considerably harder set of survival problems than a mounted man. And the men themselves, even sleeping in close, well-organized groups with good fires and good shelters, sometimes simply didn't wake up, victims of a cold that, despite every smart precaution available, found its way through anyway. We're going to spend real, honest time later tonight on exactly when and why this whole carefully built system sometimes failed, because pretending it always worked would be its own kind of dishonesty, and this story owes you better than that. For now, though, let's turn to a different kind of survival math entirely, the one that determined whether a man had the fuel, in the literal caloric sense, to generate any body heat at all in the first place. Because none of the fire, clothing, shelter, or shared warmth strategies we've covered tonight mean anything if the body underneath them is starving. The hungry MONTHS here's a piece of basic human physiology that mattered enormously to anyone trying to survive a winter without modern nutrition science, and which mountain men understood, again, almost entirely through practical experience rather than theory. Your body cannot generate heat without fuel, and in genuinely cold conditions, the amount of fuel it demands goes up dramatically. Shivering alone, that involuntary muscle activity your body triggers to generate warmth when core temperature starts dropping, burns through calories at a startling rate. Add to that the simple, enormous caloric cost of staying warm passively, just maintaining a stable internal body temperature against a relentless freezing environment, plus the very real physical labor of trapping, hauling wood, building shelter, breaking trail through deep snow, and you get a body with caloric needs that, by some modern estimates applied retroactively to this kind of lifestyle, could run into the range of 4,000 to 6,000 calories a day or more during the hardest stretches of winter. Dramatically higher than a typical modern sedentary diet, and mountain men, despite working in country that was, at certain times of year, extraordinarily rich in game, faced a genuine and recurring problem. That abundance was not constant, and winter itself, the very season demanding the most calories, was very often the season when game was hardest to find and reach. Let's talk about what they actually ate, because the popular image, vague gestures toward living off the land and roasting meat over a fire, undersells both how sophisticated their food strategy actually was and how genuinely precarious it often became. The single most important food technology in this entire story might be pemmican, and it deserves real, specific attention, because it's a genuinely brilliant piece of food science developed by indigenous peoples of the Northern Plains, particularly associated with nations like the Cree and Métis communities involved heavily in the fur trade, and adopted enthusiastically by fur trade outfits across the continent, including mountain men. Because nothing else available matched its combination of caloric density, shelf stability, and portability. Pemmican in its classic form was made by drying lean meat, traditionally buffalo, thoroughly, then pounding it into a fine, almost powdery texture, and mixing that pounded dried meat with rendered fat, often in close to equal proportions by weight, sometimes with dried berries added for flavor and additional nutrients. The resulting mixture, packed tightly into hide bags or containers, was remarkably stable, capable of lasting many months, sometimes considerably longer, without refrigeration, without spoiling, all while delivering an extraordinarily dense package of both protein and fat calories in a small, lightweight, easily transported form. Ounce for ounce, pemmican delivered far more usable energy than almost any other food a mountain man might carry, and it became, alongside straightforward jerked or dried meat, the backbone ration of long winter travel and lean periods when fresh game wasn't readily available. Fresh meat, when it was available, was the preferred fare, and buffalo, when a brigade was fortunate enough to be in buffalo country during a successful hunt, was the prize above almost all others. Certain cuts carried particular status and were specifically sought after. The hump, prized for its rich marbling and flavor; the tongue, considered by many accounts a genuine delicacy; organ meats generally, which carried, even if mountain men couldn't have explained the biochemistry, genuine and significant nutritional value, particularly relevant to a specific danger we'll discuss in a moment. That danger is scurvy, the vitamin C deficiency disease more commonly associated in popular memory with sailors on long ocean voyages, but a real and documented risk for anyone, anywhere, surviving for extended periods on a diet heavy in preserved meat and lacking fresh fruits and vegetables, which describes a mountain man's winter diet rather precisely. Left untreated, scurvy causes a brutal cascade of symptoms: bleeding gums, loosened teeth, old wounds reopening, profound fatigue, and eventually, if it goes on long enough, death. Indigenous knowledge, again, mattered enormously here, even if nobody involved understood the underlying vitamin chemistry. Various plant materials known and used by indigenous communities across the region, certain barks, certain roots, and critically, organ meats and other specific parts of freshly killed game animals, carried meaningful vitamin C content and offered real protection against scurvy when included regularly in the diet. A piece of practical nutritional wisdom passed down and adopted by mountain men who paid attention to what their indigenous teachers and partners actually prioritized eating. Even without ever hearing the word vitamin in their lives. But here is the harder, more honest part of this chapter, the part that pulls back from the relatively comfortable picture of pemmican and prized buffalo cuts. Winter in the Rockies could, and regularly did, produce genuine, dangerous food scarcity, and the historical record of this era is studded with accounts of brigades and individual trappers facing real starvation, sometimes for extended stretches. Deep snow could make game genuinely difficult to locate or reach. A brigade moving through unfamiliar or simply unlucky territory, or one that had badly misjudged the timing or route of a winter crossing, could find itself weeks from any reliable food source with dwindling supplies and a stretch of brutal country still ahead. In these situations, the historical accounts describe a grim, escalating menu that's worth naming honestly rather than glossing over, because it tells you something real about exactly how close to the edge this lifestyle regularly operated. Horses, prized and essential as transportation, and as a thermal partner, as we discussed in the last chapter, were in genuine emergencies eaten. This was not a casual or comfortable decision. A horse represented enormous practical value beyond simple food. But starvation makes its own calculations, and there are multiple documented instances across the fur trade era of desperate parties killing and eating horses, sometimes their own, to survive a particularly brutal stretch. Dogs, similarly valued as companions and working partners, occasionally met the same fate in the worst circumstances. And in the truly desperate accounts, the kind that show up in journals with a particular grim, matter-of-fact tone that somehow makes them more chilling rather than less, men ate things that shouldn't sustain anyone. Boiled leather, including, in some documented cases, their own moccasins or other hide gear, scraped and boiled down for whatever minimal nutrition could be extracted, alongside roots, bark, and anything else remotely edible the land offered up in a pinch. This is worth sitting with for a moment, honestly, without either dramatizing it for shock value or sanitizing it into something more palatable than it actually was. These were not isolated, freak occurrences confined to one disastrous expedition. Genuine food scarcity, sometimes reaching the level of real starvation, was a recurring structural risk of this entire way of life, baked into the basic math of small groups of men moving through remote, often unfamiliar country, dependent on game that simply wasn't always there when and where they needed it, with no reliable backup system, no supply chain to fall back on beyond whatever they could trade for or kill themselves. The Rendezvous system, which we're going to cover in detail later tonight, existed in part precisely because of this structural precarity, an annual gathering point where brigades could resupply, trade, and, frankly, rest and eat properly after long stretches in genuinely marginal conditions. But Rendezvous happened once a year, typically in summer, and the long winter months stretching between one rendezvous and the next were exactly the period when a man's survival depended most heavily on his own hunting skill, his read of the local game patterns, and a fair amount of simple luck. There's a particular psychological dimension to chronic, low-grade food insecurity that's worth naming here too, something the journals and accounts of the era describe in their own period language, but that maps fairly directly onto what we'd now understand as a real physiological and psychological phenomenon. What trappers and frontier writers of the time sometimes called meat hunger, a deep, almost obsessive craving for meat specifically, beyond simple generic hunger, that set in during extended stretches of limited or monotonous food. It's a real, documented response to the specific nutritional demands of a high-calorie, high-protein-dependent lifestyle, and it shaped behavior in real ways, driving men to take real risks chasing game when supplies ran thin, because the body, quite literally, was screaming for what it needed. Underneath all of this sits the same core truth we've returned to throughout tonight's story. Surviving these winters required not just toughness, but accumulated, often indigenous-derived knowledge, careful planning, and a fair amount of straightforward luck. And even with all of that working in your favor, the margins were often thinner than the romantic mythology of the rugged, self-sufficient frontiersman would have you believe. Let's turn now to the relationships at the actual center of how most of this knowledge moved from the people who'd always had it to the people who desperately needed to learn it. Borrowed knowledge, we've said it in nearly every chapter so far, almost as a refrain, and it's time to slow down and actually sit with it properly, because it's the single most important fact in this entire story, and it's also the fact the popular mountain man mythology works hardest to obscure. Nearly everything that kept these men alive through Rocky Mountain winters came from indigenous nations who had been managing this exact landscape for thousands of years before the first American or European trapper ever showed up looking for beaver. This wasn't a minor footnote or an occasional helpful tip exchanged in passing. It was the foundation. The clothing system, built around wool capotes and leather leggings and moccasins, the fire techniques, the long fire and the sleeping between two fires and the reflector wall, the shelter designs from the simple lean-to up through sophisticated snow shelter construction, the food preservation technology of Pemmican, the seasonal knowledge of where game could be found, and when the basic, fundamental understanding of how to read this particular landscape and survive its particular brutality. All of it traces directly back to Crow, Shoshone, Blackfeet, Nez Perce, Ute, Flathead, and numerous other indigenous nations of the Rocky Mountain and Great Basin regions. So how did this knowledge actually move from the people who had it to the desperate, often barely competent newcomers who needed it? Several channels running simultaneously, and it's worth naming each one honestly. Direct trade and alliance relationships were the most straightforward channel. Fur trade companies, both American and the competing Hudson's Bay and Northwest Company outfits pressing down from British territory in the north, depended enormously on indigenous trading partners, not just for the furs themselves, but for provisions, for guides, for safe passage through territory, and for the basic technical knowledge of how to function in that territory at all. A trapping brigade moving into unfamiliar country without some relationship, formal or informal, to the indigenous nations whose land it was a brigade operating at enormous, often fatal disadvantage, and the most successful fur company operations understood this clearly and invested real effort in building and maintaining these relationships. Direct employment and partnership was another significant channel, and it's a piece of this history that doesn't get nearly enough attention in popular retellings. Indigenous men worked directly within fur trade operations in substantial numbers, as guides, as hunters, as trappers themselves, bringing skill and knowledge that companies depended on heavily, and in candid internal company correspondence from the era, openly acknowledged depending on. The image of the lone white trapper navigating purely by his own grit obscures how often that trapper was, in practice, working alongside, learning from, and frankly often following the lead of indigenous partners who understood the terrain and conditions in ways no newcomer, however many seasons he'd put in, could fully match. And then there's the channel that mattered perhaps most of all, the one that deserves the most honest and careful treatment: marriage. Intermarriage between mountain men and indigenous women was widespread across the fur trade era, common enough to be considered close to standard practice rather than exception, and it served multiple overlapping functions at once, which is important to understand clearly rather than flattening into a single simple narrative. These marriages created genuine kinship and trade alliances between fur companies or independent trappers and the indigenous nations whose territory they operated within, alliances that mattered enormously for safe passage, for trading access, and for basic security. They also, very practically and very directly, served as the primary channel through which an enormous body of essential survival knowledge moved from indigenous communities into the daily practice of mountain men. A mountain man married to a Crow or Shoshone or Flathead woman gained, through that marriage, direct access to an entire deeply integrated system of seasonal knowledge, clothing production, food preparation, and survival technique that no amount of independent trial and error could have replicated in a single lifetime, let alone the few short years most mountain men actually spent in the trade. His wife and very often her extended family and broader community connections became his teachers in the most direct and practical sense, and the clothing, the shelter techniques, the food preservation methods we've spent this entire story walking through were, in an enormous number of individual cases, literally made and taught by indigenous wives, mothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, and broader kin networks. It's important, in telling this honestly, to resist two opposite and equally inaccurate temptations. The first is the old, deeply flawed framing, common in older popular histories, that reduces these marriages to simple convenience or romanticizes them into uncomplicated frontier love stories without acknowledging the real power imbalances, the real economic and survival pressures, and the real complexity of relationships formed within a fur trade system that was, after all, fundamentally an extractive commercial enterprise reshaping indigenous economies and ecosystems for profit. With consequences for indigenous communities that were often severe and that unfolded over a much longer and harsher timeline than this single 20-year mountain man era. The fur trade depleted beaver populations across enormous stretches of territory, introduced new diseases and new economic dependencies, and was, broadly, one thread within a much larger and more devastating pattern of colonization playing out across the same period and the same landscape. The second temptation, equally worth resisting, is to flatten these relationships into nothing but exploitation, erasing the genuine agency, skill, and influence that indigenous women in particular exercised within these partnerships. Many of these women were not passive figures swept along by circumstance. They were often highly skilled, highly capable individuals whose technical knowledge was indispensable, whose family and trade connections carried real power and value, and whose influence shaped fur trade operations in ways that contemporary company records, even filtered through the biases of the era, frequently and openly acknowledge. Some of these women became genuinely central figures within specific trading operations, valued and depended upon for skills and relationships that the companies and the trappers themselves could not have functioned without. The honest truth sits somewhere in this complicated middle ground, and it's worth resisting the urge to simplify it in either direction tonight. These were real relationships, formed within a genuinely difficult and unequal historical context, that nonetheless involved real skill, real partnership, and a transfer of knowledge that quite literally kept thousands of men alive through winters that would otherwise have killed them. The clothing on a mountain man's back, the shelter over his head, the food in his stomach through the hungriest months, nearly all of it exists in the historical record because indigenous women in particular taught it, made it, and in an enormous number of documented cases, quite literally built it with their own hands. There's one more piece of this chapter worth naming plainly, because it connects directly back to something we flagged in Chapter 1 about the limits of the historical record. Just as the voices of illiterate mountain men are underrepresented in the journals and letters that survive from this era, the voices and perspectives of the indigenous women whose knowledge underpins so much of this story are even more thoroughly absent from that same written record, filtered almost entirely through the observations, however well or poorly intentioned, of the literate men around them. What we know about their specific individual contributions often survives only secondhand, in company records that note a wife's name in passing, in scattered references to whose lodge produced the finest winter clothing in a given brigade, in the simple, persistent fact that the technical knowledge survived and spread even when the names of many of the specific teachers did not. This is, in its own way, one of the central honest tensions of this entire story. The survival system that kept mountain men alive through brutal Rocky Mountain winters was overwhelmingly an inherited and borrowed system, built on indigenous knowledge accumulated across millennia and transmitted through trade, alliance, partnership, and marriage into a relatively brief 20-year window of American and European fur trapping. The mythology remembers the mountain man as a solitary, self-made master of the wilderness. The actual record, read carefully and honestly, remembers something closer to a deeply dependent, often quite junior student, fortunate enough to have access to extraordinary teachers, who survived when he survived at all, largely because of knowledge that wasn't his own to begin with. Now let's talk honestly about what happened when this whole carefully assembled system, fire and shelter and clothing and shared warmth and borrowed knowledge, still wasn't enough. Because it sometimes wasn't, and the stories of exactly when and how it failed are some of the most genuinely remarkable and genuinely instructive in this entire history. When the system failed, everything we've covered so far describes a system that worked, often enough, across 2 decades and a few thousand men, to make the mountain man fur trade a viable, ongoing enterprise rather than a one-season suicide mission. But it's worth being completely honest here. The system had limits, and this chapter is about exactly where those limits got tested. Sometimes by sheer bad luck, sometimes by simple human error, and a handful of times by circumstances so extreme that no amount of skill or preparation could have changed the outcome. Let's start with a story that technically predates the formal mountain man era, as historians usually define it, but that belongs here anyway, because it set the template for nearly every survival legend that followed, and because it's one of the most remarkable documented endurance stories in the entire history of the American West. Tonight you are John Colter, and it is 1808, and you have just been captured by a Blackfeet war party near the Three Forks of the Missouri River, in territory that is now Montana. Your trapping partner, a man named John Potts, made the mistake of resisting and was killed almost immediately, his body left where it fell. You, for reasons that remain somewhat unclear in the historical record, perhaps because the Blackfeet recognized some value in making an example of you, perhaps simply because the moment called for something more elaborate than a quick execution, were stripped completely naked and given a head start. A head start to do what? You understand, with a sinking, ice-cold clarity that has nothing to do with the actual temperature. To run for your life while the war party on foot gives chase, with the explicit and openly communicated intention of catching and killing you once the sport of the hunt has played out. You run. You are barefoot, naked, on ground studded with prickly pear cactus and sharp stone, across territory that offers essentially no cover for the first crucial stretch. You run for what accounts describe as several miles before you risk a glance back and realize that most of your pursuers have fallen behind, except for one man carrying a spear, who has closed the distance dangerously and is nearly on top of you. What happens next, according to the accounts that survived and were later written down by men who heard the story directly or close to it, is the kind of detail that sounds invented and almost certainly is not. You turn suddenly, catching your single remaining pursuer off guard, and in the brief struggle that follows, you manage to wrestle the man's own spear away from him and kill him with it, before continuing your run, now bleeding from cactus spines and stone cuts across your bare feet and body, with the rest of the war party still somewhere behind you. You run for miles more, eventually reaching the Madison River, and here the story takes its final, most remarkable turn. You find a log jam, a beaver dam, and you submerge yourself within it, hidden among the floating debris, breathing through a small gap, remaining still and silent while the war party searches the riverbank, passing close by for hours without finding you. When it's finally genuinely safe to move, you emerge from the freezing water, naked, exhausted, badly injured, and you are still roughly 200 miles, by most accounts, from the nearest safety, a trading post associated with Manuel Lisa's operation. You walk that distance, naked and largely without food, surviving on roots and bark and whatever scraps the land offers, across roughly 11 days, arriving at the fort in a condition that the men who saw him arrive reportedly struggled to even recognize as human, sunburned, emaciated, his feet shredded beyond easy description. Colter survived. He lived for several more years after this ordeal, continuing to work in the fur trade before eventually settling down, and the story of his run became, almost immediately, one of the foundational legends of the entire mountain man tradition, repeated and embellished across decades of retelling, to the point where modern historians have to do real work separating the documented core of the story from later romantic additions. But even stripped down to its most conservatively documented elements, it remains an almost unbelievable account of raw endurance, and it set a tone, a kind of baseline expectation of what survival in this country might demand of a man, that echoed across the entire mountain man era that followed. Now let's talk about the story that, more than any other, has become genuinely synonymous with mountain man survival in popular memory: Hugh Glass. In August of 1823, Glass was part of a trapping party working along the Grand River in what is now South Dakota, when he surprised a grizzly bear, by most accounts a mother with cubs nearby, at close range. The attack that followed was catastrophic. Accounts describe Glass being mauled severely, his scalp torn, deep wounds across his back and throat, a leg injury severe enough that walking unassisted was simply not possible. His companions managed to drive the bear off and kill it, but Glass himself was, by any reasonable assessment at the time, dying and dying badly. The party's leader made the practical, if brutal, decision common to expeditions facing this kind of situation. Rather than slow the entire group's progress through dangerous territory, carrying a man who appeared certain to die regardless, 2 men were left behind with Glass, tasked with staying until he died and then burying him and rejoining the main party, while the rest moved on. The 2 men left behind are most commonly identified in the popular telling as a young Jim Bridger, still a teenager at the time, and at the very start of what would become one of the most significant careers in mountain man history, and a man named John Fitzgerald, though it's worth noting plainly that some of the specific details of exactly who did what during these days have been debated and somewhat romanticized across nearly 2 centuries of retelling. And the most conservative historical reading treats the broad outline as well documented while holding some specific details more loosely. What's not in serious dispute is what happened next. Glass did not die on schedule. The 2 men, after some period of days watching over a man who remained grievously injured but stubbornly, infuriatingly alive, and reportedly with a hostile Indigenous war party rumored to be in the area, made the decision to abandon him, taking his rifle, knife, and supplies, and rejoining the main party with the claim that Glass had died and been properly buried. Glass had not died. And what followed is one of the most remarkable solo survival accounts in the entire historical record of the American West. With a broken leg, untreated deep wounds, no weapon beyond perhaps a knife by some accounts, and no supplies, Glass began to move, by some accounts initially setting his own broken leg, and using rudimentary methods to clean and treat his wounds, including in one detail that shows up across multiple tellings, allowing maggots to clean dead tissue from his wounds, a crude but genuinely effective form of debridement that prevented infection from finishing what the bear had started. He could not walk, not at first, and so he crawled across roughly 200 miles of rough country, by most estimates, toward the nearest safety at Fort Kiowa, surviving on wild berries, roots, and in one of the more remarkable documented details of the whole story, by driving a pack of wolves off a buffalo calf carcass and eating raw meat directly from the kill. The journey took weeks. By the time Glass reached safety, he had survived an ordeal that, by any reasonable standard of 19th century frontier medicine and supply, should have killed him several times over. And then, having survived, he set out to find the two men who had abandoned him, not, according to the accounts, purely out of a desire for revenge, though that was certainly part of it, but to recover his stolen rifle and gear, items that, in the practical economy of mountain man's survival, represented the literal difference between life and death for a man working this trade. He found Bridger first, and by most accounts, given the younger man's age and what was understood as his lesser culpability in the decision to abandon Glass, chose not to kill him, a mercy that's become its own small but significant part of the legend. Fitzgerald, he found later, had in the meantime enlisted in the United States Army, and killing an enlisted soldier carried legal consequences serious enough that Glass, by most accounts, again chose restraint over revenge, though he did recover his rifle. Glass continued working as a trapper and mountain man for several more years after this ordeal before eventually being killed, years later, in a separate and unrelated encounter with a group of Arikara warriors. But the bear attack and the subsequent crawl to survival became, almost immediately and permanently, one of the defining stories of the entire era, a story so dramatic that it has been retold, adapted, and dramatized repeatedly across 2 centuries since, right up through major modern film adaptations that, while taking real creative liberties, are working from a documented historical core that is genuinely, almost unbelievably extreme. There's a third story worth telling here, smaller in scale, but instructive in its own right, because it shows how this same brutal calculus of survival and improvised medicine played out even for men who would go on to have long, significant careers. Jedediah Smith, who is going to come up again before tonight is over as one of the most significant and accomplished figures of the entire mountain man era, was himself mauled badly by a grizzly bear in 1823, the same general period as the Glass attack, during an expedition along the Cheyenne River. The bear's attack tore at his scalp and very nearly severed one of his ears completely. With no surgeon anywhere nearby and a wound that needed immediate attention to have any chance of proper healing, it fell to one of Smith's own party, a man named Jim Kleiman, to perform what amounted to field surgery on the spot, using a needle and thread to sew Smith's torn scalp and ear back into something resembling their proper place, working, by the account Kleiman himself later gave, with whatever crude materials the camp had on hand and a patient who, by all accounts, endured the procedure with remarkable composure given the complete absence of anything resembling anesthesia. Smith survived, healed, carried visible scars from the encounter for the rest of his relatively short life, and went on to lead some of the most significant overland expeditions of the entire era, becoming one of the first documented American travelers to cross significant stretches of the Great Basin and reach California overland from the Rockies. He was, by most contemporary accounts, a notably serious, religious, disciplined man, an unusual figure within a trade often associated with rougher characters, and his eventual death came not from cold or from a bear, but from a different, equally common danger of the trade. He was killed in 1830, won by a Comanche raiding party while traveling the Santa Fe Trail, a reminder that survival in this world required constant vigilance against an entire range of threats, of which freezing cold was only one, even if it's the one this particular story is most focused on tonight. These three stories, Colter's Run, Glass's Crawl, and Smith's Field Surgery, are the dramatic, well-documented headline cases, the ones detailed and specific enough to survive clearly in the historical record and become genuine legends. But it's worth being honest here about the much larger, much less individually documented backdrop they sit against: a steady, grinding, ongoing toll of frostbite, exposure injury, and outright death that simply didn't generate the same kind of dramatic, retellable narrative, because there was no single moment of high drama to point to, just the slow, quiet failure of a body against conditions that finally proved too much. Frostbite, as we discussed back in Chapter 2, was close to a routine occupational hazard rather than a rare catastrophe. Men lost fingers, toes, parts of ears and noses with enough regularity across the era that it shows up, almost casually, in supply records and recollections, mentioned in passing the way a modern account might mention a minor workplace injury. Amputation, when it was necessary, was performed in camp by whatever rough means were available: a hunting knife, sometimes a heated blade to help control bleeding, with whatever pain management existed, which in practice usually meant alcohol if it happened to be on hand, and often nothing at all beyond a trapping partner holding the patient still. Infection following these crude procedures was a real and serious additional risk, and there's no reliable way to know how many men who survived an initial frostbite injury or crude amputation later died from the infection that followed, simply because those deaths, scattered and individual, rarely generated the kind of documentation that survives 2 centuries later. And then there were the deaths that left almost no trace at all beyond a name, that simply stopped appearing in company rosters and rendezvous attendance the following summer. A man who didn't make it back from a solo trapline in deep winter, whose body, if it was ever found at all, was found by chance months later by another party passing through. These deaths are, in a real sense, the largest and least visible part of this entire story, the silent majority of cold weather fatalities that never became legend because there was no dramatic survival to balance against the loss, just an absence, a name unaccounted for, a small, quiet hole in the historical record where a person used to be. It's worth sitting with that for a moment before we move on, because it's the most honest possible counterweight to everything we've described so far about clever fire technique and well-designed shelter and borrowed indigenous knowledge. All of that worked, often enough to sustain a genuine, ongoing trade across 2 decades. It did not work always, and the men who lived this life knew that perfectly well, every single winter, every single night they lay down under a buffalo robe with a fire banked low beside them, fully aware that skill and preparation improved their odds considerably without ever making those odds certain. Let's turn now to the system that tied this whole precarious world together, the annual gathering that made the entire mountain man economy function, and to the surprisingly fast collapse that brought the whole era to its end. The rendezvous and the unraveling, there's a piece of this story we've referenced repeatedly tonight without fully explaining, and it's time to give it proper attention, because understanding it changes how you understand everything else. The rendezvous system, and the man whose business decision created it. Before 1825, the fur trade in the Rocky Mountain region operated largely on the older model that had been standard for generations. Fixed trading posts, forts where trappers brought their furs to trade for supplies, with all the overhead, vulnerability, and fixed costs that came with maintaining permanent structures in remote, often contested territory. William Ashley, a businessman and one of the founding figures of what became the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, proposed a different model, deceptively simple in concept and genuinely transformative in practice. Rather than building and maintaining permanent posts, why not simply designate an annual meeting point somewhere in the mountains, where trappers could bring their furs directly, where supply caravans could bring trade goods directly out from St. Louis, and where the whole transaction could happen once a year in a concentrated burst, without the overhead of permanent infrastructure. The first rendezvous took place in 1825, and the system that followed became, for the better part of the next decade and a half, the central organizing event of the entire mountain man calendar and economy. Trappers spread out across the Rockies through the winter and spring trapping seasons, isolated, hard-working, often in small parties or alone, accumulating beaver pelts, the entire economic point of this whole brutal lifestyle, and then converging, typically in summer, on a designated rendezvous site, usually somewhere in the Green River Valley or similar central locations across what's now Wyoming and Utah. The rendezvous itself was, by every account that survives, an extraordinary, almost surreal contrast to the rest of the mountain man calendar. Men who had spent months in genuine isolation, surrounded by silence and danger and the constant low-grade stress of survival, suddenly found themselves in a temporary but substantial gathering that could include hundreds, sometimes well over 1,000 people across multiple years, trappers, company representatives, Indigenous trading partners and their families in significant numbers, all converging in one place for several weeks of trading, drinking, gambling, racing, storytelling. And the kind of intense, concentrated socializing that comes naturally to people who have been starved of company for the better part of a year. The economic mechanics underneath this celebration were, frankly, often brutal for the individual trapper, and it's worth being honest about this rather than letting the colorful, festive image of rendezvous obscure the actual financial reality. Trade goods at rendezvous, having been hauled enormous distances overland from St. Louis, carried correspondingly enormous markups, and a trapper's hard one season of beaver pelts, representing months of genuinely brutal, dangerous labor, often translated into a disappointingly modest amount of actual purchasing power once the company's markup was factored in. Many trappers, the historical record makes clear, ended rendezvous in debt to the company rather than ahead, having spent their pelt earnings on supplies, equipment, and the various entertainments and indulgences of rendezvous itself, faster than the pelts had earned it, locking them into another season of trapping simply to work off the debt, a cycle that, viewed honestly, looks considerably less like romantic frontier freedom and more like a particularly remote and dangerous form of company store dependency. But for our purposes tonight, focused specifically on cold weather survival, Rendezvous mattered for a more direct reason. It was the annual opportunity to resupply on exactly the gear and materials this entire story has been built around. Trade wool for capotes and blankets, powder and lead for hunting, traps. And significantly, it was a major point of contact and renewed relationship with Indigenous trading partners, the same relationships, as we discussed in the last chapter, through which so much critical survival knowledge and material actually moved. This entire system, the Rendezvous, the brigades, the whole sprawling economic and social structure of the mountain man fur trade, rested on one single underlying commercial fact. There was strong, sustained European and American demand for beaver fur, specifically for use in the production of felt hats, a fashion staple across much of the Western world through the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Beaver felt hats were durable, water-resistant, and held their shape well, qualities that made beaver fur genuinely valuable as a raw material, and that value was the entire economic engine driving thousands of men into the Rockies to trap, freeze, and occasionally die in pursuit of it. And then, with a speed that genuinely surprised people living through it at the time, that demand simply evaporated. Fashion, as anyone who has ever watched a trend collapse practically overnight could tell you, is a fickle and occasionally ruthless economic force. And by the mid to late 1830s, European fashion, particularly in hat making, began shifting decisively toward silk as the preferred material, driven by changing taste and in part by silk simply becoming more available and more fashionable as an alternative. Beaver felt, which had dominated the hat trade for generations, found itself rapidly, almost brutally displaced, and the price of beaver pelts on the international market collapsed correspondingly, falling far enough fast that the entire economic foundation of the mountain man trapping life simply stopped making financial sense. There's a bitter irony worth noting here, the kind of detail that earns a dry, raised eyebrow rather than outright laughter. The same culture demanding beaver felt hats for fashionable European gentlemen had, indirectly, driven thousands of working men into some of the most physically brutal conditions imaginable, year after year, while those same working men were, as we discussed back in Chapter 5, simultaneously dependent on furred hats and clothing of their own to survive the very conditions their labor was being conducted in. The fashion industry that created the demand for beaver pelts never had to spend a single night at 40 below zero to enjoy the product. The men who did spend those nights were, in the end, working an industry that collapsed for reasons that had essentially nothing to do with the actual difficulty or danger of the work itself, and everything to do with what wealthy people in London and Paris happened to feel like wearing on their heads that particular decade. The final formal rendezvous took place in 1840, and by most historical accounts, it was a notably subdued affair compared to the larger, more boisterous gatherings of the trades peak years earlier in the 1830s. Attendance and enthusiasm both diminished by the obvious reality that the economic engine driving the whole system had largely stopped running. Beaver populations across large stretches of the Rockies had also, it's worth adding honestly, been significantly depleted by roughly 2 decades of intensive, largely unregulated trapping, a separate but related factor compounding the fashion-driven collapse in demand, since even a hypothetical renewed demand for beaver fur would have run up against genuinely diminished beaver populations across much of the most heavily worked trapping territory. What happened to the men themselves in the aftermath varied considerably, and it's worth tracing a few different paths because they tell you something real about how this whole world ended, not with a single dramatic event, but with a kind of gradual, individual dispersal. Some, like Kit Carson, transitioned into other frontier roles entirely, Carson going on to a long, complicated, and historically significant career as a guide, soldier, and Indian agent across the following decades, a career that extends well beyond the scope of tonight's story, but that began directly in the mountain man trapping trade. Some, like Jim Bridger, who survived the Hugh Glass episode as a teenager and went on to become one of the most experienced and respected mountain men of the entire era, pivoted toward related but more settled enterprises, Bridger eventually establishing Fort Bridger, a trading post that served the wagon trains of westward emigrants moving along the Oregon Trail in the decades that followed, putting his hard-won knowledge of the terrain and the trade to use in a fundamentally different, more settled context. Some simply went home, back to families and farms in Missouri or further east, carrying the physical scars, the missing fingers and toes, the stories, and not always a great deal else to show for years of brutal, dangerous labor. And some, as we've discussed honestly throughout tonight's story, simply didn't survive long enough to see the era end at all, their stories closing somewhere in the cold, unrecorded, before Rendezvous, before retirement, before any of it. The mountain man era, in the narrow, technical sense of an organized, economically viable beaver trapping trade across the Rocky Mountains, lasted roughly 20 years. It left behind an outsized cultural legacy relative to its actual brief duration, a body of survival technique, much of it, as we've spent this whole story establishing, borrowed and adapted from indigenous nations who had refined it across a far, far longer span of time, and a body of legend, Colter's Run, Glass's Crawl, Smith's Torn Ear, that has been retold and reshaped across 2 centuries since, sometimes accurately, often romantically embellished, but rooted at its core in a genuinely remarkable, genuinely brutal historical reality. Let's bring this story to a close now, the way we always do, by asking what's actually left behind 2 centuries later and what it might still have to teach us, lying here, warm and safe, in a world these men could barely have imagined. The geography of staying put, there's a piece of mountain man winter strategy that doesn't get talked about nearly enough, and it cuts directly against the romantic image of the restless, wandering frontiersman, endlessly pushing into new, unmapped country. The smartest, most experienced men in this trade spent a significant part of every winter trying very hard to go nowhere at all. This deserves real explanation, because it sounds, on its face, like it contradicts the whole adventurous spirit of the mountain man story. But think back to everything we've covered tonight about heat loss, about caloric demand, about the brutal physical cost of simply existing in deep cold, and a different picture starts to make sense. Travel itself in genuinely cold, snowy conditions was expensive in almost every currency that mattered. Calories burned, sweat generated, which, as we covered back in Chapter 2, becomes a dangerous liability once it cools. risk of injury moving across treacherous, snow-covered, often unfamiliar terrain, and exposure to weather with no fixed shelter to retreat to if conditions turned suddenly hostile. A brigade that kept moving through the deepest, coldest months of winter was a brigade taking on serious, compounding risk with every single day on the move. So the smarter approach, the one that experienced brigade leaders and the indigenous nations whose territory this all took place within had long since worked out, was to identify good wintering ground well before the deepest cold set in, move there deliberately, and then settle in, minimizing movement as much as possible until conditions improved enough to make travel safer again, typically sometime in early spring. What made a piece of ground good wintering territory specifically? Several factors stacked together, echoing some of the same logic from our campsite selection chapter, but operating at a larger, longer-term scale. Shelter from the worst winter winds mattered enormously, which is why certain river valleys and basins, places offering natural windbreaks from surrounding mountains or dense timber, became known and favored wintering locations, returned to year after year by brigades and by indigenous nations alike. Reliable water access mattered, ideally a stream or river that didn't freeze completely solid even in the coldest stretches. And critically, grass mattered, specifically enough surviving grass or accessible forage to sustain horses through the winter, since a brigade's horses were, as we discussed back in Chapter 7, essential both for transportation and as a thermal and practical partner, and a brigade that lost its horses to starvation in the depth of winter was a brigade facing an entirely different, much harder set of problems the following spring. Certain locations across the central and northern Rockies became genuinely well known, almost famous within the trade, as reliable wintering grounds precisely because they checked these boxes consistently: sheltered, watered, with decent winter forage. Names that show up repeatedly across journals and company records, places like the broad, relatively sheltered basin, sometimes called Brown's Hole along the Green River, or the high mountain park area trappers called Bayou Salade, in what's now central Colorado, valued specifically for its relatively mild microclimate and good winter grazing despite sitting at significant elevation. These weren't secret, individually discovered spots. They were widely known, frequently used locations, often originally identified and favored by indigenous nations long before any American or European trapper arrived, and shared through exactly the same channels of trade, alliance, and partnership we discussed back in Chapter 9, with the newcomers trying to survive the same winters. Once settled into good wintering ground, the daily rhythm of brigade life shifted noticeably from the harder traveling pace of fall and spring trapping seasons. This wasn't idle time by any means. There was still trapping to be done where local beaver populations allowed it, still hunting required to maintain food supplies, still the constant grinding work of fire and shelter maintenance we've covered throughout tonight's story. But it was, relatively speaking, a more settled, more predictable rhythm than the harder push of moving brigade life, and it offered something else valuable that's easy to overlook: time. Time for equipment repair, mending and reinforcing clothing, repairing traps and tools. Time for the kind of social connection, storytelling, and simple rest that, as we discussed back in Chapter 7, mattered as much for morale and mental endurance as any purely physical survival technique. This brings us to a piece of mountain man technology we haven't given proper attention yet tonight, despite it being essential to exactly the kind of limited, careful winter movement that even a settled wintering brigade still occasionally needed: the snowshoe. Snowshoe design, like nearly everything else in this story, traces back overwhelmingly to indigenous innovation, refined across countless generations by northern nations who depended on reliable winter travel across deep snow for hunting, trade, and basic seasonal movement. The basic principle is straightforward physics, even if the engineering behind a well-made snowshoe is genuinely sophisticated. By distributing a person's body weight across a much larger surface area than a simple boot sole provides, a snowshoe dramatically reduces how far a foot sinks into soft, deep snow with each step, turning travel that would otherwise be exhausting, energy-draining post-holing through thigh-deep drifts into something considerably more sustainable. Construction typically involved a wooden frame, steam bent or otherwise shaped into the characteristic oval or teardrop shape, strung with a tight webbing of rawhide lacing, a design that needed to balance several competing demands at once. Enough surface area to provide real flotation in deep snow, light enough weight to avoid exhausting the wearer with every step, and enough structural durability to survive repeated use across rough, often obstacle-strewn terrain. Different regional and cultural traditions across North America developed somewhat different shapes optimized for different snow conditions and terrain, from longer, narrower designs suited to open, deep powder snow travel to shorter, wider designs offering better maneuverability in denser timber and more broken terrain, and mountain men, learning from whichever indigenous nations they had the closest working relationships with in a given region. Adopted designs suited to their specific local conditions. Travel on snowshoes, it's worth being honest, was genuinely hard, demanding work even with well-made equipment, requiring a distinctive, somewhat awkward gait that minimized the risk of one snowshoe catching against the other, and exhausting in a way that's hard to fully appreciate without having tried it. A man breaking trail at the front of a party moving through deep, untracked snow was doing dramatically harder work than those following behind in his packed track, which is part of why brigades moving through deep snow typically rotated the lead position regularly, sharing out the most exhausting portion of the work, rather than letting any single man bear the full burden. Why does any of this matter for a story focused on freezing nights specifically, rather than daytime travel? Because the connection runs directly back to everything we've already covered. A man who arrived at his evening campsite already exhausted from a brutal day breaking trail through deep snow was a man with less energy reserve, fewer calories left in the tank, to properly gather adequate firewood, build quality shelter, and manage his clothing and bedding correctly before settling in for the night. Every piece of this survival system was interconnected. Bad daytime decisions, poor route choices, unnecessary movement through deep snow when staying put would have been the smarter call, exhausting effort spent on travel that could have been avoided. All of it directly degraded a man's odds of managing the night that followed successfully. This is, in its own way, one of the most important and least dramatic lessons buried in this entire story. Survival in this environment was rarely about any single heroic decision in a single dramatic moment. It was about a long, accumulating chain of smaller, less dramatic decisions, made correctly, day after day, night after night, across an entire brutal season, where any single serious failure anywhere along that chain could undo the careful work of every day that came before it. Let's bring all of this together now, every piece we've covered across the last 11 chapters, fire and clothing and shelter, and shared warmth and borrowed knowledge and the discipline of staying put, and walk through what it actually looked like, start to finish, lived out across a single representative winter night. One night beginning to end, let's walk through it properly now, the whole sequence, the way it would have actually unfolded across a single representative winter day and night somewhere in the Central Rockies, sometime in the late 1820s. Everything we've covered tonight, scattered across 12 chapters, working as a single connected system. You wake before full light, the way you do most mornings out here, not because anyone wakes you, but because the cold itself does the job, creeping in around the edges of your buffalo robe in the deepest, coldest hour just before dawn, when the fire beside you has burned down to its lowest, quietest coals. You lie still for a moment, doing the same quick inventory you do every morning. Fingers, you flex them inside your mittens, still working good. Toes harder to tell through the moccasins and the cold, but no sharp pain, no alarming numbness beyond the ordinary ache of a cold morning. Face feels raw where it's been exposed outside the robe overnight, but nothing worse than that. Another night survived, filed away without much ceremony, because ceremony is a luxury, and there's another one coming tonight regardless of how you feel about the last one. The fire needs attention first, before almost anything else, and you've learned this lesson well enough by now that it's closer to instinct than conscious decision. You uncover the banked coals, find them still glowing dull orange beneath their protective layer of ash, and you feed in the kindling you set aside last night specifically for this moment, small, dry pieces that catch fast, building the coal bed back up toward real flame before the larger fuel goes on. Within a few minutes, you've got actual fire again, not just survival-level warmth, but enough heat to start drying out whatever got damp overnight, enough to eventually heat water if there's anything worth boiling. Breakfast, if the word even applies to what you're about to eat, is whatever's available, likely a portion of dried meat or pemmican from your supplies, eaten cold or warmed briefly if there's time, because there usually isn't much time. The traps need checking, and they needed checking, ideally, before full daylight, which means you're already running against a clock you didn't set and can't negotiate with. Getting dressed for the day's work is its own small ritual, and it matters more than it might seem from the outside. You're checking by feel as much as by sight in the still dim light, whether anything from yesterday stayed properly dry overnight near the fire, swapping out anything that's still damp for whatever spare dry layers you have, because heading out to set or check traps in damp clothing, as we discussed back in Chapter 2, is asking for trouble you don't need to invite. The capote goes on over everything else, the hood up against the cold morning air, mittens on with their connecting cord looped properly so you won't lose one fumbling with cold fingers later. And then there's the part of the job that nobody romanticizes properly in the popular telling, the part that genuinely deserves more attention than it usually gets. Walking out to a beaver trap set the previous evening in freezing creek water means, very often, putting your hands and sometimes a fair portion of your legs directly into that freezing water, because that's simply where beaver traps go, and there's no way around it that doesn't involve simply not catching beaver, which defeats the entire economic purpose of this whole brutal enterprise. You work fast, hands aching almost immediately in the genuinely frigid water, checking the trap, resetting it if needed, dealing with whatever you've caught, and getting your hands and lower legs back out of that water and toward dry land and, ideally, a quick warming fire as fast as humanly possible. Because every additional minute in that water is additional risk you're accumulating against frostbite and the broader chain of cold injury we discussed back in Chapter 2. This routine repeats across however many traps you're running that day, a circuit that might cover several miles of ground, much of it through snow, on foot or on horseback, depending on conditions and depth. The kind of exhausting daily labor that, as we discussed in the last chapter, was burning through calories at a genuinely punishing rate even before you account for the simple, ongoing cost of staying warm in the first place. Midday brings whatever brief rest and food the schedule allows, rarely much, and the afternoon, depending on the season and the day's specific demands, might bring hunting if the camp's food supplies need replenishing, more trapline work, firewood gathering for the coming night, or if you're fortunate enough to be in a settled wintering camp rather than actively moving brigade, the equipment maintenance and repair work we mentioned back in Chapter 12, mending a moccasin sole. Reinforcing a worn seam in your capote, working on whatever small but essential tasks keep the whole fragile system functioning. But here's the part of the day that matters most for tonight's specific story, the part where everything we've covered across this whole narrative comes together at once. The hour or two before full dark, when the entire focus of the camp shifts toward preparing for the night ahead, and where the quality of that preparation, more than almost anything else in the entire day, determines whether you wake up tomorrow morning to do all of this again. You're gathering firewood first, and not just enough for the evening meal, but genuinely enough to last through 8, 9, possibly 10 hours of brutal sub-zero darkness, which, as we discussed back in Chapter 4, is a more significant undertaking than it might sound, requiring real judgment about which deadfall is properly dry, which standing dead timber will burn hot and long versus which will smoke and sputter and waste your effort. You're hauling it back to camp in armloads, building up a substantial reserve stacked near where you'll sleep, because running out of fuel at 2 in the morning, in the deepest cold of the night, with your fingers too numb to easily strike flint and steel, even if you had the energy to go gather more wood in the pitch dark, is exactly the kind of mistake that kills people in this line of work. You're also simultaneously thinking about where exactly you're going to lay your body down for the night, running through that same checklist we covered back in Chapter 3 almost without consciously deciding to. Wind protection, ground that isn't going to turn into a puddle or stay frozen and damp beneath you, reasonable proximity to the fire and to your gathered wood without being so close that sparks and embers become a real hazard to your robe and bedding through the night. You're laying down your ground insulation next, the bed of pine boughs or dry grass we discussed back in Chapter 3, working it into a properly thick, even layer rather than a thin, inadequate scattering, because you've learned, likely the hard way at some point in a previous winter, exactly how much difference proper ground insulation makes against the relentless conductive heat loss of frozen earth pulling warmth directly out of your sleeping body all night long. You're checking your clothing and bedding for dampness one more time, prioritizing getting genuinely dry, not just warm, before you settle in, because you remember, maybe without consciously running through the physics of it the way we did back in Chapter 2, that damp clothing is actively working against you through evaporative cooling, even while you sit close beside a good fire. And as full dark settles in and the temperature, already cold through the day, begins its steeper overnight drop, you're making your final arrangements. The fire built up properly, banked correctly for the long overnight burn we described back in Chapter 4, positioned to throw maximum useful heat toward your sleeping spot, your buffalo robe arranged and ready, your horse picketed close by, partly for security and partly, as we discussed in Chapter 7, for whatever small thermal benefit and simple psychological comfort that animal presence provides through a long, isolating night. If you're traveling or camped with partners, which, as we emphasized back in Chapter 1, was the considerably more common arrangement despite the lone wolf mythology, there's likely some conversation happening around the fire in these final hours before full sleep sets in, low-voiced, unhurried, the kind of simple human connection that mattered as much for psychological endurance through a brutal season as any purely physical survival technique we've discussed tonight. Stories get told and retold. News and rumor from the last rendezvous gets discussed and argued over. Practical knowledge, the exact kind of borrowed, accumulated wisdom we spent Chapter 9 discussing in detail, gets passed along, sometimes formally as direct instruction from an older, more experienced hand to a younger one, more often informally, almost incidentally, embedded in stories and casual conversation rather than presented as deliberate lessons. And then eventually sleep, or something close enough to it, your body wrapped in every layer of insulation and technique we've spent this entire story walking through. The fire tended one final time before you let yourself drift, the cold pressing in steadily from every direction, held back, for now, by a system built across a single hard day's labor, and an entire borrowed tradition of accumulated knowledge stretching back across countless generations before you ever set foot in these mountains. You'll wake again before full light tomorrow, the cold creeping in at its deepest, coldest hour, and you'll run through that same quick inventory, fingers, toes, face, another night survived, and you'll start the whole sequence again, because that's what this life actually was, underneath all the legend and all the myth. Not a single dramatic act of heroic survival, but this, repeated night after night, season after season, for however many years your particular body and your particular luck happen to hold out. This is the part of the mountain man story that the popular mythology consistently underplays, in favor of the more dramatic, more cinematic moments, the bear attacks and the desperate crawls and the naked sprints across hostile territory. Those moments happened, and they matter, and we've given them real attention tonight. But the actual, sustained achievement of mountain man winter survival lived in this quieter, more repetitive, less dramatic daily and nightly discipline, executed correctly, with real skill and real accumulated knowledge, thousands of times over, across an entire brutal season, by men who, for the most part, never became famous enough to have their names survive in any history beyond a company ledger noting their pay or, eventually, their absence. How a hide becomes a robe. We've talked about the buffalo robe throughout this entire story, as though it simply existed, ready-made, waiting to be wrapped around a sleeping body. It's worth slowing down here and actually walking through what it took to turn a freshly killed animal into that finished, life-saving piece of cold weather technology, because the process itself is a genuinely impressive piece of traditional craft, demanding, skilled, and almost entirely invisible in the popular telling of this history. The process is generally known as tanning, and the specific method most associated with the buffalo robes and deer and elk hides used throughout the fur trade era, developed and perfected by indigenous nations across North America over an extraordinarily long span of time, is often called brain tanning, a name that sounds almost like a joke until you understand the actual chemistry involved, at which point it starts to look more like quietly brilliant applied science. It begins with fleshing, the physically demanding work of scraping every remaining trace of fat, muscle tissue, and membrane off the inside surface of a fresh hide, typically done while the hide is staked out flat on the ground or stretched over a frame, using a dedicated scraping tool, often made from bone, antler, or increasingly through the fur trade era, traded metal. This step alone was hard, sustained physical labor, requiring real strength and real technique to do efficiently without damaging the hide itself. Next comes dehairing, if the intended final product called for a hairless leather rather than a hair-on robe, a process that typically involved soaking the hide in a solution that loosened the hair follicles enough for the hair to be scraped away cleanly. Again, labor-intensive work demanding real skill to execute without weakening or damaging the hide's structure. The genuinely clever part comes next, the actual tanning process, the step that transforms a raw, rigid, eventually rot-prone animal skin into a soft, durable, long-lasting material. The traditional brain tanning method uses exactly what the name suggests, a paste or solution made from the animal's own brain matter, worked thoroughly into the hide. This isn't an arbitrary or symbolic choice. The animal brain tissue is naturally rich in specific fats and lecithin, compounds that, worked physically into the fibers of the hide through repeated, exhausting manual kneading and stretching, coat and lubricate those fibers at a microscopic level, preventing them from binding rigidly together as the hide dries, which is precisely what keeps a properly tanned hide soft, flexible, and workable rather than stiffening into something closer to rigid rawhide. There's a piece of practical folk wisdom that circulated widely across numerous indigenous tanning traditions, observing that every animal carries enough brain matter to tan its own hide, a detail that's mostly true in practice and speaks to just how refined and well understood this whole traditional technology had become across countless generations of accumulated practice. After the brain solution was worked thoroughly into the hide, often requiring hours of continuous physical effort, stretching and working the hide repeatedly by hand to keep the fibers separated as it dried, preventing exactly the kind of stiffening the brain tanning solution was meant to avoid. The final and arguably most important step for cold weather durability was smoking. The partially tanned hide was exposed to smoke, typically from a slow, smoldering fire of specific woods chosen for the right kind of smoke, for an extended period. This smoking step did something genuinely important beyond simply adding the characteristic color and smell associated with traditionally tanned leather. It chemically altered the hide in a way that made it capable of drying soft again, even after getting thoroughly soaked, a property plain brain tanned leather without the smoking step does not reliably have. Given how often mountain man clothing and gear got wet, crossing streams, caught in snow, soaked through during a hard day's trapping in icy water, this water-resistant, dry soft quality that smoking imparted was not a minor cosmetic detail. It was an essential functional property, directly relevant to nearly every survival mechanism we've discussed across this entire story, since clothing or bedding that stayed stiff and unusable after getting wet was clothing and bedding that had effectively failed at its entire job. The full process, start to finish, properly done, could take many days of sustained, skilled labor for a single substantial hide, and this labor, across the entire fur trade era, was performed disproportionately by Indigenous women, whose technical expertise in exactly this craft was, as we discussed back in Chapter 9, an essential and often under-acknowledged foundation of the entire mountain man survival system. A skilled hide worker's labor, her accumulated knowledge of exactly the right brain-to-hide ratio, exactly the right working technique, exactly the right smoking duration and wood selection to produce a genuinely excellent finished robe or piece of leather, represented years, if not decades, of accumulated, refined expertise. The kind of deep technical mastery that doesn't show up clearly in the historical record, because it wasn't the kind of thing 19th century company clerks bothered writing down in detail, but that was, in the most direct and practical sense imaginable, keeping mountain men alive through winters that would otherwise have killed them. It's worth pausing on this specific detail because it reframes something we've touched on throughout tonight's story in a slightly different, more concrete light. When we talk about borrowed Indigenous knowledge keeping mountain men alive, it's easy for that to remain somewhat abstract, a general acknowledgement without much specific texture. But here is the texture. A specific, demanding, skilled craft, hours of physical labor, careful technical judgment about brain-to-hide ratios and smoking duration and wood selection, executed by specific women whose individual names mostly didn't survive in the written record, but whose specific, irreplaceable expertise quite literally produced the material object, the buffalo robe that we opened this entire story with, the thing standing between a sleeping mountain man and a 40 below zero night. A finished robe, properly tanned and smoked, represented genuine, significant value within the fur trade economy, traded and valued accordingly, and a mountain man's relationship to his robe, their dependence on it through the brutal months of winter, carried an appropriate weight given everything that went into producing it. It wasn't simply gear. It was the accumulated output of a sophisticated traditional technology, refined across an almost unimaginable span of generations, that happened to arrive, through trade and marriage and alliance, into the hands of men who would have died without it. Let's turn now to a different kind of comparison, one that throws everything we've discussed tonight into sharper relief. What happened to people who attempted to cross or survive this same brutal terrain without access to this accumulated knowledge? The cost of not knowing everything we've covered across this story so far has been, in a real sense, a story about what worked, a system accumulated and refined across generations and transmitted carefully from teacher to student, that allowed thousands of men to survive conditions that should, by any reasonable measure, have killed most of them. It's worth balancing that against a harder, more sobering set of comparisons. What happened across this same general era and this same general region to people who didn't have reliable access to that accumulated knowledge? Consider, first, an episode that actually predates the formal mountain man Rendezvous era, but that belongs in this conversation precisely because it illustrates the stakes so clearly. The overland journey of the Astorians, a party organized under the direction of a man named Wilson Price Hunt in 1811 and 1812, traveling west toward the Pacific Northwest in an effort to establish a fur trading post for John Jacob Astor's American Fur Company, attempting to forge an overland route in a period before the accumulated, hard-won geographic and survival knowledge of the later mountain man era existed within the American trading community. The journey was, by most documented accounts, a genuinely brutal ordeal, the party getting badly lost and disoriented in difficult, unfamiliar terrain across what's now Idaho, running catastrophically short on food, splitting into smaller, increasingly desperate groups as the situation deteriorated, with multiple documented deaths along the way from exposure, starvation, and the various other dangers of attempting genuinely difficult wilderness travel without the kind of refined, accumulated regional knowledge that later mountain man brigades, operating in the same general territory just a decade or so later, would have had reliable access to through their relationships with indigenous nations and through their own accumulated trade experience. It's a sobering comparison precisely because the terrain itself, the climate itself, hadn't changed in any meaningful way between 1812 and the 1820s and 1830s. What changed was the accumulated knowledge available to the people attempting the crossing, and the difference that accumulated knowledge made was, quite literally, a matter of life and death for a meaningful number of people involved. A second and considerably more well-known comparison comes from somewhat later, after the mountain man era proper had largely ended, but it illustrates the same underlying point with even starker, more widely remembered clarity. The Donner Party, a group of American immigrants traveling overland toward California in 1846, who became trapped by early, heavy snowfall in the Sierra Nevada mountains, a different range entirely from the Rockies, but facing fundamentally the same category of brutal high-altitude winter survival challenge we've spent this entire story examining. This is a genuinely tragic, well-documented historical episode, and it deserves to be treated with real seriousness rather than sensationalized. So let's be precise and measured about exactly what the comparison illustrates rather than dwelling unnecessarily on its most infamous and painful details. The Donner Party, made up overwhelmingly of farming families and other emigrants without significant prior wilderness experience, without the kind of accumulated regional survival knowledge, the snowshoe technique, the shelter construction, the caloric and clothing strategy we've spent this entire story detailing, found themselves trapped through a winter of historically severe snowfall, with inadequate food supplies and inadequate shelter for the duration they ended up facing. The resulting death toll, roughly 40 of the original party of around 87 people, by most historical accounts, was catastrophic, and the suffering involved, including the desperate measures some survivors resorted to in the most extreme final stages of starvation, has become one of the most somber, sobering chapters in the entire history of westward American migration. The comparison to mountain men isn't meant to suggest that better wilderness knowledge alone would have guaranteed the Donner Party's survival. The specific severity of that particular winter's snowfall was genuinely extreme even by the standards of experienced mountain travelers, and circumstances, including critical delays and poor route decisions made well before the snow ever became an immediate crisis, compounded the danger considerably before knowledge of cold survival technique would have even become the most relevant factor. But the contrast is still genuinely instructive, and it's worth naming plainly. A party of experienced mountain men, equipped with the accumulated, borrowed, hard-won knowledge we've spent this entire story detailing: snowshoe technique for genuine winter mobility, the discipline of identifying and moving to proper sheltered wintering ground well before the deepest snow set in, the caloric and food preservation strategy to manage genuinely extended periods of limited supply, would very likely have approached the same set of circumstances with meaningfully different odds. Even accounting for the genuine, severe difficulty of the specific conditions involved. This comparison matters for tonight's story not as a way of judging the Donner Party, whose suffering deserves sympathy and careful, respectful historical treatment rather than any kind of implied criticism, but as a way of properly valuing exactly what the mountain man's survival system, the one we've spent this entire story carefully reconstructing chapter by chapter, actually represented. It wasn't simple toughness. It wasn't luck, although luck mattered, as we discussed honestly back in Chapter 10. It was a genuine, sophisticated, and largely invisible body of technical knowledge, refined across an extraordinarily long span of accumulated indigenous experience, and transmitted carefully into a relatively small population of American and European trappers through trade, alliance, and marriage, that measurably, demonstrably changed the odds of survival in genuinely brutal winter conditions. There's a quieter, less dramatic version of this same comparison worth naming too, one that doesn't involve a famous historical catastrophe, but that shows up in smaller, less documented ways throughout the broader fur trade record. The consistently higher mortality and injury rates documented, even if imprecisely by modern statistical standards, among newly arrived, inexperienced trappers in their first season or two, compared against veterans who had survived multiple winters and absorbed the accumulated knowledge we've spent this story detailing. The fur trade itself, as a business enterprise, understood this dynamic well enough that experienced hands commanded better terms and higher standing within brigades, not purely as a reward for seniority in the abstract, but because that accumulated survival knowledge had genuine, measurable economic value, a man who knew how to keep himself, and by extension, the furs and equipment under his care alive and intact through a hard winter was simply more valuable to a fur company than a green hand still learning these lessons the hard way. This is, in the end, the clearest possible argument against the lone, self-made frontiersman mythology that opened this entire story back in Chapter 1. Survival in this environment was not primarily a matter of individual grit or toughness, however much both genuinely mattered at the margins. It was overwhelmingly a matter of access to accumulated, transmitted, borrowed knowledge, and the gap between those who had reliable access to that knowledge and those who didn't was, across this entire historical period, and across this entire brutal landscape, frequently and measurably the gap between life and death. Let's turn now in our final chapters before we close out tonight's story to a part of survival we've touched on throughout but haven't fully sat with, not the body's endurance but the mind's. The mind in the cold. We've spent this entire story, up to this point, focused overwhelmingly on the physical mechanics of cold weather survival, the fire, the clothing, the shelter, the food. It's worth pausing now to address something that mattered just as much to the men actually living this life, even though it left a thinner, less concrete trace in the historical record. The psychological weight of an entire winter spent in genuine isolation, genuine danger, and genuine physical suffering. Modern psychology has a fairly well-developed understanding of how prolonged isolation, confinement, and environmental extremity affect the human mind, drawn from research on everything from polar expedition crews to submarine deployments to, more recently, long-duration spaceflight. And while it would be a stretch to map 21st century psychological research directly onto the specific, undocumented inner lives of 19th century trappers, the broad patterns that research has identified, the way isolation and environmental stress tend to affect mood, cognition, and group dynamics over extended periods, almost certainly applied in some form to the men living through this exact kind of extended winter isolation in the Rockies. The journals and accounts that survive from the era, filtered as always through the small literate minority whose writing happened to be preserved, give us scattered, indirect glimpses of this psychological dimension, even if nobody at the time was writing in the language of clinical psychology. There are recurring references, across multiple independent accounts, to something the trappers themselves sometimes described in terms suggesting a kind of low-grade, persistent melancholy or restlessness that set in during the longest, hardest stretches of winter isolation, particularly among men who found themselves, by circumstance rather than preference, more cut off from regular human company than the more typical brigade arrangement usually allowed. This connects directly back to something we established clearly in Chapter 1 and reinforced in Chapter 7. The strong, consistent historical preference for traveling and camping in groups rather than alone wasn't purely about the practical, physical advantages of shared body heat and shared labor we discussed in those chapters, real and significant as those advantages were. It was also, quite plausibly, a recognition, even if an unspoken, intuitive one rather than a formally articulated psychological insight, that genuine prolonged isolation carried its own distinct kind of danger, separate from but compounding the purely physical risks of cold and starvation and injury we've spent most of this story examining. Storytelling, which we mentioned briefly back in Chapter 13 as part of the evening routine around a shared fire, deserves a bit more attention here, because it served a function that went well beyond simple entertainment. The oral tradition of the mountain man trade, the constant retelling and embellishing of stories like Colter's Run or Glass's Crawl, the kind of stories we spent real time on back in Chapter 10, functioned as something close to a shared cultural and psychological resource, a way of processing and making meaning out of genuinely traumatic, dangerous experiences by transforming them into narrative, into legend, into something that could be told and retold, and in the telling. Somewhat tamed and made bearable, this is not a uniquely mountain man phenomenon. Storytelling as a coping mechanism for groups facing extreme, sustained danger and hardship shows up across an enormous range of human cultures and historical contexts, but it's worth naming specifically here, because it means the campfire conversation we described back in Chapter 13 wasn't simply idle talk to pass the time. It was doing real psychological work for the men telling the stories and for the men listening. There's also a harder, more honest dimension of this psychological picture worth naming plainly, one that connects back to the grim accounting we did back in Chapter 10 about the men whose deaths left barely a trace in the historical record. Some portion of the deaths attributed broadly to exposure, to simply not surviving a brutal winter night, almost certainly involved some component of psychological as well as purely physical failure. Men whose judgment, whose will to keep doing the exhausting, disciplined daily work of fire maintenance and shelter building and proper clothing management that this entire system depended on, eroded under the cumulative weight of prolonged isolation, hardship, and danger in ways that compounded and accelerated their physical vulnerability. This is, by necessity, a more speculative claim than most of what we've covered tonight, since the historical record simply doesn't give us the kind of detailed individual psychological accounting that would let us separate purely physical from partly psychological causes of death with any real confidence. But it would be its own kind of dishonesty to tell this entire story as though the mind played no role at all in who survived these winters and who didn't, when everything we understand about human psychology under extreme, prolonged environmental stress suggests it almost certainly did. Companionship in this light deserves to be understood as a genuine survival technology in its own right, sitting alongside fire and clothing and shelter, rather than as a separate, purely emotional consideration apart from the practical business of staying alive. A trapping partnership, a marriage, a brigade's shared evening routine around a fire, all of it was doing real, measurable work toward keeping men alive through these winters, work that's harder to quantify than the caloric value of a piece of pemmican or the insulating value of a buffalo robe, but work that mattered enormously nonetheless. It's worth closing this chapter with a small, simple observation that ties back to why we're telling this story the way we're telling it tonight. There is something genuinely fitting, even if entirely coincidental, about the format of long-form, atmospheric historical narration designed to ease a listener towards sleep, the format you're hearing this story in right now, applied to a subject so fundamentally about the long, dark, isolating hours of a winter night. The men we've spent this story describing lay down, every single night across these brutal seasons, into genuine darkness, genuine cold, and genuine uncertainty about whether morning would come, and found, through fire and shelter and shared warmth and accumulated knowledge and simple human company, enough security to actually sleep, to let go of that constant vigilance long enough to rest and recover for whatever the next day demanded. That's not a small achievement. It might in fact be the whole quiet point of this entire story. Let's close out tonight properly now, with a look at the specific men who managed to do this not just once, not just for a single hard winter, but across years of sustained survival, and at what, specifically, separated them from the men whose stories ended somewhere in the cold, unrecorded, before they ever had the chance to become legend. What the survivors had in common, we've spent considerable time tonight on the men whose stories involve dramatic, single-moment catastrophe and survival. Colter's run, Glass's crawl, Smith's torn ear. It's worth closing this story by looking instead at the men who survived not one dramatic incident, but an entire sustained career, sometimes a decade or more, across repeated brutal winters, and asking what specifically set them apart. Jim Bridger is probably the best example to start with, given how often his name has already come up tonight, first as the teenage member of the party who left Hugh Glass for dead, an episode that, if it had defined his entire career, would have made him a fairly minor and somewhat unsympathetic footnote in this history. Instead, Bridger went on to become one of the longest-serving, most experienced, and most genuinely respected mountain men of the entire era, with a working career in the Rockies stretching across roughly 2 decades, an extraordinary span given everything we've established tonight about the brutal, often short careers of most men in this trade. What set Bridger apart, based on the accounts that survive from those who worked alongside him, was an exceptional, almost legendary depth of practical geographic and survival knowledge, the kind of accumulated expertise this entire story has been arguing was the actual foundation of mountain man's survival, built and refined across literally thousands of individual nights and days in the field. Bridger reportedly knew the geography of the central and northern Rockies, the river systems, the mountain passes, the seasonal patterns of game and weather, as well as or better than almost anyone else working the trade, Indigenous guides included by some contemporary accounts. An extraordinary claim given everything we've established tonight about where this knowledge actually originated. Bridger was also, by reputation, a genuinely gifted storyteller, known across the trade for tall tales told with such straight-faced, deadpan conviction that newcomers to the mountains were reportedly taken in by them with some regularity. Stories about petrified forests where petrified birds sang petrified songs, about a mountain canyon so naturally amplifying that a man's shout in the evening wouldn't echo back until the following morning, about geothermal features in what's now Yellowstone. Geysers and boiling springs and bubbling mud pools, so genuinely strange and unfamiliar to anyone who hadn't seen them firsthand that Bridger's accurate descriptions of real natural phenomena were, for years, widely dismissed back east as simply more of his exaggerated frontier storytelling, when in fact he was one of the first non-Indigenous people to actually document, even if informally and through the medium of campfire tall tales rather than careful scientific reporting, the genuinely extraordinary geothermal landscape of the region that would eventually become Yellowstone National Park. There's something worth noting in this detail that connects back to Chapter 16's discussion of storytelling as a genuine psychological and cultural technology rather than mere entertainment. Bridger's gift for storytelling wasn't separate from his survival skill. It was arguably an expression of the same underlying quality, a deep, careful, attentive engagement with the actual landscape and conditions around him, observed closely enough to produce both extraordinarily accurate practical survival knowledge and extraordinarily vivid, memorable storytelling about that same landscape. After his trapping career wound down alongside the broader collapse of the beaver trade we discussed back in Chapter 11, Bridger put this accumulated geographic knowledge to continued practical use, establishing Fort Bridger as a trading post and resupply point serving the emigrant wagon trains moving west along the Oregon Trail through the following decades, a second career built directly on the foundation of his mountain man years. Thomas Fitzpatrick offers a somewhat different model of long-term survival, built less around the kind of individual legendary reputation Bridger accumulated, and more around a sustained record of careful, competent brigade leadership across many years and many difficult situations. Fitzpatrick was involved in numerous significant expeditions across the Central Rockies through the height of the Mountain Man era, developing a reputation among his contemporaries for genuinely careful, disciplined judgment. exactly the kind of unglamorous, unromantic, consistently good decision-making about campsite selection, food management, and timing of travel through difficult terrain that this entire story has argued was the real, underappreciated foundation of mountain man's survival. Far more than any single dramatic act of individual heroism. Kit Carson, whose name has become perhaps the most widely recognized of all mountain man figures in broader popular American memory, partly through his own later fame as a frontier guide and military figure in subsequent decades, built his early reputation in exactly this trade, developing across his mountain man years the same kind of deep practical wilderness competence we've spent this entire story examining, knowledge that he carried forward into his later, more historically prominent and considerably more complicated career, one that extends well beyond tonight's specific focus on cold weather survival technique and into territory, including his later involvement in U.S. military campaigns against indigenous nations, that sits in genuine and significant tension with the collaborative, knowledge-sharing relationships this story has emphasized throughout the earlier mountain man period of his career. It's worth naming that tension honestly rather than smoothing it over. The same man who, as a young trapper, depended enormously on indigenous survival knowledge and indigenous trading and kinship relationships to build his early skill and reputation, went on, in a later chapter of American history beyond tonight's scope, to play a significant and considerably more destructive role in U.S. government conflict with some of those same broader indigenous nations, a complicated, uncomfortable thread running through frontier history that deserves acknowledgement even within a story focused primarily on a narrower, earlier period of his career. What connects these men and the broader, smaller population of mountain men who managed genuinely sustained careers across many winters rather than the more statistically common shorter span of a season or two before death, injury, or simple exhaustion ended their time in the trade, is precisely the pattern this entire story has been built around. Deep, careful, attentive accumulated knowledge built through sustained relationships with indigenous teachers and partners, refined through repeated practical experience, and applied with the kind of consistent, unglamorous daily discipline we walked through in detail back in Chapter 13. Not raw toughness alone, though toughness mattered. Not luck alone, though luck mattered too, as we discussed honestly back in Chapter 10. But knowledge applied carefully and consistently, night after night, across years that would have killed a less prepared, less connected, less attentive man within a single hard season. It's worth closing this particular chapter with one final, sobering piece of context that puts even these relatively long, successful careers in proper perspective. Bridger's roughly 2 decades in the trade, Fitzpatrick's sustained record of careful leadership, Carson's early reputation-building years, all of it represents survival across a meaningful, but still bounded span of brutal winters, not some kind of permanent mastery that eliminated risk entirely. Every single one of these men, across their respective careers, faced genuine, repeated brushes with exactly the kind of catastrophic danger, cold, starvation, violence, injury, that killed so many of their less fortunate or less skilled contemporaries. They survived across years of accumulated risk through a combination of genuine skill, genuine accumulated knowledge, and it has to be said honestly, a considerable measure of luck that simply didn't run out for them the way it did for so many others whose names appear briefly in a company ledger and then simply stop. Let's close out tonight's story now by stepping back from the individual men and asking the broader question this whole narrative has been building toward. What does any of this, 2 centuries removed, still have to teach us? What's left in the snow the mountain man fur trade as a functioning economic enterprise lasted roughly 20 years, a genuinely brief window in the broader sweep of history. But the body of cold weather survival knowledge that sustained it, knowledge that we've spent this entire story arguing, was overwhelmingly indigenous in origin, refined across an almost incomprehensibly longer span of accumulated generational experience, didn't simply vanish when the beaver trade collapsed and the Rendezvous system wound down. It persisted, traveled, and continued shaping how people across very different contexts and very different eras have approached the basic, universal problem this entire story has been about. How does a human body, fundamentally vulnerable to cold, survive in an environment determined to take its warmth away? Some of this legacy is direct and traceable. Military cold weather survival training, developed across the 20th century by various national armed forces operating in genuinely brutal winter conditions, from Arctic and subarctic deployments to high-altitude mountain operations, draws on principles that map closely, sometimes almost identically, onto the techniques we've spent this entire story detailing. The same emphasis on insulation beneath the body rather than purely on top of it, the same careful attention to moisture management and the dangers of sweating through hard physical exertion in cold conditions, the same fundamental understanding of radiative, convective, conductive, and evaporative heat loss that we walked through back in Chapter 2. Even if modern military training manuals express these principles in the language of contemporary physiology and thermodynamics rather than the practical, inherited folk wisdom that originally produced the same correct behaviors among mountain men and before them across countless generations of indigenous winter survival practice. Polar exploration, similarly, drew directly and explicitly on exactly this kind of accumulated indigenous Arctic and subarctic survival knowledge, with figures like the early 20th century explorer Vilhjalmur Stefansson explicitly studying and adopting Inuit clothing design, shelter technique, and dietary practice as essential foundations for his own Arctic expeditions, a pattern of borrowing and adaptation that echoes in a different region and a different era. Exactly the same dynamic we've spent this entire story examining in the specific context of the Rocky Mountain fur trade. The basic insight running through both stories is the same. People who have lived in and depended on a specific brutal environment across many generations have, almost without exception, developed sophisticated, refined survival technology specific to that environment, technology considerably more effective than what any individual newcomer, however resourceful or well-equipped with manufactured gear, could hope to independently improvise. Modern recreational and survivalist bushcraft culture, the kind of content you'll find across outdoor education programs, wilderness survival courses, and an enormous amount of online instructional content, draws on this same lineage as well, often explicitly. Concepts like the importance of ground insulation, the relative merits of different fire configurations for radiant heat, the basic insulating properties of snow shelters. All of it traces back through a chain of cultural transmission stretching from indigenous origin through fur trade adoption, through subsequent military and recreational adaptation, to exactly the body of knowledge we've spent this entire story walking through. There's something worth sitting with in this long arc of transmission, something that connects back to the central argument running underneath this entire story. The popular image of the mountain man as a singular, self-reliant master of wilderness survival has proven remarkably durable across 2 centuries of American popular culture, shaping novels, films, and a broad cultural mythology of frontier individualism that continues to influence how a great many people think about wilderness, self-sufficiency, and a particular vision of rugged American identity. But the actual historical reality, the one we've spent this entire story carefully reconstructing chapter by chapter, tells a meaningfully different and, frankly, more interesting story. Survival in this environment was never primarily an individual achievement. It was a profoundly collaborative, inherited, borrowed achievement, built on relationships, on trade, on marriage, on the patient transmission of deeply sophisticated technical knowledge from people who had spent millennia perfecting it to newcomers desperate enough and humble enough to actually listen and learn. This matters, we'd argue, beyond simply correcting a historical record for the sake of accuracy. It offers a genuinely different and arguably more useful way of thinking about resilience and survival more broadly, one that resists the seductive but ultimately misleading mythology of the lone individual conquering a hostile environment through sheer personal toughness and will, in favor of a more accurate and, in its own way, more hopeful picture. Survival, real survival, in the face of genuinely brutal conditions, has almost always depended on community, on inherited knowledge, on relationships built across difference, and on the humility to recognize that someone else, very often someone whose expertise and experience goes unacknowledged and uncredited in the popular telling, already knows something essential that you desperately need to learn. There's a final piece of this legacy worth naming honestly, because it connects directly back to the more difficult, complicated threads we've touched on throughout tonight's story, particularly in chapters 9 and 17. The fur trade that produced this remarkable, life-sustaining transmission of knowledge was also, simultaneously and inseparably, one thread within a much larger, considerably darker pattern of colonization, displacement, and in the decades following the Mountain Man era's narrow 20-year window, increasingly violent conflict between the United States government and the indigenous nations whose accumulated knowledge had made the fur trade itself survivable in the first place. The same Crow, Shoshone, Blackfeet, and other nations whose technical expertise we've credited throughout this story would go on, across the subsequent decades of the 19th century, to face devastating loss of land, devastating disruption of traditional ways of life, and often direct, violent conflict with the same expanding American nation whose early westward fur trading enterprise had depended so completely on their knowledge and partnership. This is not a comfortable note to end a story on, and we're not going to pretend otherwise or rush past it for the sake of a tidier conclusion. But it would be its own kind of dishonesty to spend this entire story crediting indigenous knowledge as the genuine foundation of mountain man survival, which it was, without also acknowledging, plainly and without excessive moralizing, the much harder, more painful, broader history that this same fur trade era sat within and in its own modest way helped set in motion. The two threads, the genuine, remarkable story of cross-cultural knowledge transmission and survival, and the much darker, longer arc of colonization and loss that followed, both belong in any honest telling of this history, even though they sit uncomfortably alongside each other. Reading the sky, reading the ice, there's a particular kind of attention that develops in anyone who spends years living entirely at the mercy of weather they have no way of forecasting through any modern means. No satellite imagery, no barometric pressure readings, no radio updates from 100 miles away. A mountain man's relationship with incoming weather was built entirely out of direct observation, pattern recognition accumulated across countless days and nights, and once again, knowledge borrowed gratefully from indigenous nations who had been reading these specific mountains and this specific sky for far longer than any trapper had been alive. Let's walk through what that actually looked like in practice, because it's a genuinely impressive body of informal science, even if nobody involved would have called it science at the time. Cloud formations carried real, readable information for anyone who'd learned to pay attention. A particular kind of high, thin, wispy cloud moving in ahead of clearer skies often signaled an approaching weather change within a day or two, while a heavier, lower, fast-moving cloud bank, particularly one building rapidly over the mountains to the west or northwest, the direction from which the most severe Rocky Mountain winter storms typically approached, was read as a more immediate, more urgent warning sign. The kind of sign that might prompt an experienced brigade leader to push hard for known sheltered ground rather than continuing toward a more exposed planned campsite. Wind shifts mattered enormously too, and experienced trappers learned to read not just wind speed, but wind direction changes as meaningful signals. A sudden shift in prevailing wind direction, particularly one that brought a noticeable, rapid temperature drop with it, was widely understood across the trade as a strong signal of incoming severe weather, sometimes giving just enough advance warning, an hour, perhaps two, to make the difference between reaching adequate shelter in time and getting caught badly exposed when conditions turned. Animal behavior offered another whole layer of readable signal, one that indigenous hunters and trackers had refined into genuinely sophisticated practical knowledge long before any mountain man arrived to learn it secondhand. Birds in particular were widely observed and trusted as weather indicators, certain species becoming noticeably more active and vocal ahead of an approaching storm, behavior thought to be tied to changes in barometric pressure that animals can sense well before humans notice any obvious change in the sky itself. Game animals more broadly were observed to shift their behavior ahead of severe weather as well, moving toward more sheltered terrain, feeding more intensively in the hours before a storm arrived, as though stocking up in anticipation, and an attentive trapper who noticed unusual game movement or unusual animal restlessness had learned, very often because an indigenous hunting partner had specifically taught him to notice it, to take that behavioral shift seriously as a weather signal in its own right. None of this was infallible, and it's worth being honest about that rather than overselling the precision of pre-instrument weather prediction. Mountain men, like every human population throughout history operating without modern meteorological instruments, got caught by surprise, whether often enough that sudden, severe storms remain a recurring feature of the era's survival stories and tragedies. But the accumulated body of observational weather reading available to an experienced trapper was genuinely better than nothing, often meaningfully better, buying critical hours of advance warning that, given everything we've discussed throughout this story about the importance of reaching proper sheltered ground before the worst conditions hit, could matter enormously to the actual outcome of a given night. Ice deserves its own specific attention here too, because frozen water crossings represented one of the more constant, underappreciated daily hazards of mountain man winter travel, a danger that doesn't show up as prominently in the popular legend as bear attacks or blizzards, but that claimed a steady, ongoing toll across the era nonetheless. A frozen river or stream crossing looks, to an inexperienced eye, like simple solid ground, a convenient shortcut across an obstacle that would otherwise require a longer detour, or a genuinely dangerous attempt at fording open, freezing water. But ice thickness and ice safety vary enormously based on factors that aren't always visible from the surface. Current speed beneath the ice, which can thin ice unpredictably even when the surface looks uniformly solid, recent temperature fluctuations that might have weakened ice that froze thick during an earlier cold snap, and simple variation in ice thickness across a single crossing, solid enough to bear weight in one spot and dangerously thin just a few feet away. Experienced mountain men, again drawing on knowledge that, in any region with significant indigenous winter travel tradition, originated overwhelmingly from those same indigenous travelers who depended on reliable ice crossing judgment for their own seasonal movement, learned to read ice carefully before committing to a crossing. Checking thickness directly where possible, testing with a pole or the butt of a rifle before stepping out onto questionable ice, watching for the telltale darker coloration that often indicated thinner, more dangerous ice compared to the lighter, more opaque coloration of thicker, safer ice, and critically, understanding which specific locations on a given waterway, points with faster current, areas near inflowing streams or springs that kept water moving and ice thinner, tended to be reliably more dangerous regardless of how solid the ice looked elsewhere on the same body of water. A man who broke through ice in genuinely cold conditions faced a survival emergency more acute and more immediate than almost anything else covered in this entire story, because immersion in freezing water causes a catastrophically faster rate of heat loss than any of the mechanisms we discussed back in Chapter 2 operating in dry conditions, conductive heat loss through water being dramatically more efficient than conductive heat loss through contact with cold ground or air. The window for getting out of freezing water, getting properly dry, and getting to effective warmth before genuinely dangerous hypothermia set in could be a matter of minutes rather than hours. And the historical record of the fur trade era includes documented cases of men who survived an actual ice breakthrough only by the most immediate, well-executed emergency response from companions nearby. Fire built fast, wet clothing stripped off and replaced immediately with dry layers. The victim wrapped and warmed as rapidly as humanly possible. This is, in its own way, one more piece of evidence for the broader argument this entire story has been making. Survival in this environment depended enormously on a deep, accumulated, often invisible body of observational knowledge, about clouds and wind and animal behavior and ice coloration and current patterns. Knowledge that had to be learned painstakingly from people and experience, because no amount of individual courage or physical toughness would help a man correctly judge whether a particular stretch of river ice was safe to cross. That judgment came from pattern recognition, refined across countless prior observations, very often originally someone else's observations, passed along generously enough to keep a stranger alive. When someone goes quiet, we've spent considerable time across this story describing the techniques that prevented hypothermia and frostbite in the first place: the fire, the clothing, the shelter, the careful attention to staying dry. It's worth closing out the practical, technical portion of this story by addressing the harder question. What happened when, despite all of that careful preparation, a man started showing the early signs of genuine cold injury, and what could actually be done about it in the field, with no hospital, no modern medicine, nothing beyond what a trapping partner had on hand, and whatever accumulated practical knowledge existed within the brigade. Recognizing the problem in the first place was, as we touched on back in Chapter 2, genuinely tricky, precisely because hypothermia's progression tends to impair the exact mental faculties: judgment, self-awareness, the ability to recognize that something is seriously wrong, that a person would need to recognize and respond to their own deteriorating condition. This is why the buddy system, watching out for your companions rather than relying purely on each individual to monitor his own condition, mattered as much as it did, and it's part of why, as we established back in Chapter 1 and Chapter 7, the strong historical preference for traveling and working in groups rather than alone carried real, life-saving practical value beyond the obvious benefits of shared labor and shared warmth. An experienced trapper learned to watch his companions for specific warning signs: uncontrolled, violent shivering in the earlier stages, followed more ominously by a companion who stopped shivering despite obviously still being dangerously cold, a sign, as we discussed back in Chapter 2, that the body's own heat-generating defenses were beginning to fail rather than improve. Slurred speech, stumbling, confusion, uncharacteristic irritability, or just as concerning, uncharacteristic apathy and withdrawal. A companion who seemed strangely unconcerned about a genuinely dangerous situation. All of these were understood, in practical if not clinical terms, as serious warning signs demanding immediate action rather than a wait-and-see approach. The field response, once a companion was recognized as being in genuine danger, followed a logic that maps fairly closely onto what modern wilderness medicine would still recommend today, even though the men applying it had no formal medical training behind their actions, just accumulated practical wisdom passed down through the trade. Getting the affected person out of wind and further cold exposure immediately took priority over almost everything else. Removing any wet clothing and replacing it with dry insulation, addressing that evaporative heat loss mechanism we discussed back in Chapter 2, mattered enormously, since wet clothing left on a hypothermic person actively continues making the situation worse. Direct body heat from companions, the same shared warmth principle we discussed in Chapter 7, applied now as active treatment rather than passive prevention. Sharing a robe, pressing close against a hypothermic companion's body, was a standard, well-understood response, sometimes the only meaningfully effective tool actually available in a remote field situation with no other heat source readily at hand. There's an important piece of practical wisdom worth naming here too, one that experienced hands understood and that less experienced men sometimes got dangerously wrong. The instinct to aggressively rewarm a severely hypothermic person too quickly, with very hot fire exposure or vigorous rubbing of cold limbs, carried its own real dangers, including a documented phenomenon sometimes called rewarming shock, where rapid temperature change in someone whose body has been severely cold stressed can cause dangerous shifts in blood pressure and circulation. Gradual, steady warming, body heat, and dry insulation, rather than aggressive direct fire contact applied to dangerously cold extremities, was the safer, more effective approach, and experienced trappers, even without understanding the underlying cardiovascular physiology involved, had generally learned through accumulated practical experience that gentler, more gradual rewarming tended to produce better outcomes than the more intuitive but more dangerous instinct to get someone as close to a roaring fire as possible as fast as possible. Frostbite treatment in the field followed similarly hard practical logic. Frostbitten tissue, once frozen, needed careful, gradual rewarming, generally understood to be best accomplished with body heat or carefully managed warm water rather than direct, intense fire exposure, which carried real risk of causing burn damage to already severely compromised tissue that had lost much of its normal protective sensation. And critically, experienced hands understood that frostbitten tissue, once thawed, should not be allowed to refreeze, since repeated freeze-thaw cycles caused dramatically worse tissue damage than a single freezing episode, a piece of practical wisdom that shaped decisions about whether and when to attempt rewarming frostbitten extremities in the field at all, particularly if there was a real risk of continued cold exposure before reaching a more secure, sustained warm environment. When frostbite damage was severe enough that tissue had genuinely died, gone black, lost all sensation and any prospect of recovery, amputation, as we discussed honestly back in Chapter 10, became the grim but necessary field response, performed with whatever crude tools and whatever rough pain management was available, because the alternative, allowing dead, blackened tissue to remain attached, risked a far more dangerous and frequently fatal infection spreading into otherwise healthy tissue. This was, by any standard, brutal, traumatic medicine, performed by men with no formal surgical training, under field conditions that offered nothing resembling proper sterility or pain control, and the men who underwent it and survived carried both the physical consequences and almost certainly the psychological weight of that experience for the remainder of their lives. It's worth closing this chapter and this whole extended technical portion of tonight's story with a final honest observation. None of this field medicine, however well developed by the standards of the era, came close to guaranteeing a good outcome once genuine, severe cold injury had already set in. The entire emphasis of mountain man survival technique, everything we've covered across 19 chapters tonight, was overwhelmingly oriented toward prevention rather than treatment, toward the careful, disciplined daily practice of fire and shelter and clothing management that kept a man from ever reaching the point where field treatment of severe hypothermia or frostbite became necessary in the first place. The men who survived this trade across many winters were not, primarily, the men who became skilled at treating cold injury after the fact. They were the men who, through accumulated knowledge and consistent discipline, simply avoided that situation far more reliably than their less careful or less fortunate contemporaries. That's the whole story in the end, distilled down to its simplest possible form, an entire sophisticated system, borrowed, inherited, and refined, built almost entirely around prevention. Because out here, in this particular landscape, in this particular era, prevention was very often the only reliable medicine there was. So let's come back one final time tonight to that buffalo robe from the very beginning of this story, that body lying on the frozen ground in western Wyoming in January of 1827, 40 below zero and holding steady, a fire banked low beside him, a horse breathing somewhere close in the dark. We know now what that scene actually contained, layered underneath the simple, visible facts of cold ground and dark sky. We know the robe itself represents days of skilled labor, brain tanning and smoking, performed most likely by an indigenous woman whose name almost certainly didn't survive in any written record, but whose technical mastery quite literally kept a stranger alive through a winter she had no personal stake in beyond whatever relationship, trade, kinship, or marriage had brought that knowledge into his hands in the first place. We know the fire beside him represents an entire discipline, flint and steel and careful fuel selection, and the patient, attentive work of banking coals correctly for a long overnight burn, knowledge passed down through countless campfire conversations across however many winters it took this particular man to learn it properly. We know the horse breathing in the dark represents both a practical thermal calculation and something less measurable, the simple, profound comfort of not facing this particular night entirely alone. We know, too, about the version of this same night that didn't end well. The men whose names stopped appearing in company ledgers, the frostbitten fingers and toes, the crude amputations performed by firelight with a hunting knife, and whatever pain management happened to be on hand. Hugh Glass's catastrophic mauling and his impossible crawl across 200 miles of unforgiving country, John Colter's naked sprint across cactus and stone with his life riding on every stride, the slow, quiet, undramatic deaths that left no story behind at all, just an absence where a person used to be. What connects all of it, the successes and the failures both, is the same underlying truth this entire story has circled back to again and again. Survival here was never primarily a matter of individual toughness, however much toughness genuinely mattered at the margins, in the worst moments, when a man's body and will were tested past what any amount of preparation could fully account for. It was overwhelmingly a matter of knowledge, accumulated across an extraordinarily long span of human experience in this exact landscape, refined through hard, sometimes fatal trial and error, and transmitted, carefully and often generously, from people who had always lived here to newcomers who arrived with comparatively little idea of what they were actually walking into. There's something worth sitting with in that, something that extends well beyond the specific historical period and specific landscape this story has focused on tonight. We tend, as a broader culture, to romanticize self-sufficiency, the lone figure who needs no one, who masters a hostile environment through individual will and grit alone. It's a compelling story. It's also, as this entire history demonstrates pretty conclusively, not how survival actually tends to work, not in the Rocky Mountains in 1827, and arguably not in most genuinely difficult circumstances, anywhere, at any point in human history. The real story, the one buried under 2 centuries of mythology, is messier and more dependent, and we'd argue considerably more interesting. A story about borrowed knowledge, about relationships built across real difference and real inequality, about the patient, unglamorous, repeated discipline of doing the same careful, attentive work night after night, season after season, because that discipline, more than any single dramatic act of heroism, was what actually kept people alive. The Mountain Man era itself ended, as we discussed, with a kind of quiet anticlimax rather than any dramatic final event, fashion shifting in Europe, beaver populations thinning from 2 decades of heavy trapping, the whole elaborate rendezvous system simply winding down because the economics underneath it had stopped making sense. The men who lived through it scattered into other lives, other careers, other chapters of a rapidly changing American West. But the knowledge itself, the accumulated, inherited wisdom about fire and shelter and clothing and food, and the basic, universal challenge of keeping a human body warm through a brutal winter night, persisted, traveling forward through military training manuals and polar expedition journals and modern wilderness education programs, carrying forward, even if mostly unacknowledged, the original indigenous expertise that had made all of it possible in the first place. If you take one thing from tonight's story, beyond the specific historical details of capotes and pemmican and snow shelters, let it be this. The next time you encounter a story about someone surviving something seemingly impossible, alone, against the odds, through sheer individual toughness, it's worth asking, gently and without cynicism, what knowledge, what relationships, what borrowed wisdom might be sitting underneath that story, mostly invisible, mostly uncredited, but very often the actual reason the story has a survivor in it at all. That's the story of how mountain men survived freezing nights without modern gear. Not magic. Not pure grit, a system, inherited and refined and passed carefully from hand to hand, person to person, generation to generation, holding back the cold one banked fire and one well-built shelter and one properly tanned robe at a time. Thank you for spending this time with this story tonight. If you found your way into sleep somewhere along the way, that's exactly where this was meant to take you, and there's no need to go back and find the spot you drifted off at. If you're still here, settled in and winding down, take a slow breath, let your shoulders drop, and let the rest of tonight be quiet. If you enjoyed this kind of long, unhurried history, the channel has more like it, and a subscribe helps more than you'd probably guess, since it tells us there's an audience for this exact kind of patient, detailed storytelling. A comment about which part of tonight's story stayed with you, or where you're listening from, is always good to find waiting in the morning. But none of that needs to happen right now. Right now, you can just rest, sleep well.